Hey y'all, how you doing? Dorinda, Chuck, Anna Marie, Rocksteady. Good to see y'all. Sorry I'm late. We were driving as fast as we could to get back. Put the link. So how'd y'all's day go? I'm gonna try really hard for no tissues tonight. No crying. Talk food, whatever y'all want. Hey Garrett. Hey Chuck.
Hey, figure you got to go to work and already tired.
Aw, I'm
They
sorry,
had her
Vicky.
little ass pulling pallets around with the other ones that are half her age and male and big, don't do shit. I just don't understand it. I don't know how these guys can let a woman, especially an older woman, work like that.
They don't care. Hey Dorinda,
Hello.
Kind of make
how
you
are
get
you?
thick skinned.
Yeah.
Can I say something, Bonnie, to a question in chat or a comment in chat?
Yeah.
Okay, Garrett. As of midnight tonight, Alberta has dropped their mandates also.
Hey Tracy.
Hello, Shep.
Yeah. Did
Hey
you
there.
see those people in New York tearing up their cards, their proof cards? That
No.
was pretty funny, actually.
Awesome.
They said this isn't about who has and who hasn't. It's about the control stops now. And they were firefighters, policemen, frontline workers, EMTs, everybody.
And it took them this long to figure that out.
I
What
can
idiots.
I can foresee the problem already. They're going to
Oh,
say that
they've been.
everybody destroying all them cards, and next month they'll be like, "We need to see your cards. Oh, you don't have them. You don't have proof you got your vaccines. Line up."
Bye, ladies. Have a good night.
I can just see their
Have a
scamming
good
little
night.
Bye,
wheel.
Vicky. Take it easy.
Love you, baby.
Love you too. I'm at Bristol, so it'd be so much lighter now.
Your car looks like you got a big white racing stripe across the top of it.
What?
Whatever that stuff is that's on it. Sprayed it off.
Dumbasses.
They were doing something with concrete at work, grinding it or cutting it or something. And her black Toyota has a white stripe down the hood and the top, I guess, from going on the highway.
Oh no.
Hopefully, it didn't destroy the paint.
Yeah. It's TV screen.
Yeah, Shep, I'm not real sure. Some of that stuff just Hollywood ain't been putting movies out, so they're all in DC or something.
I don't
Or
know.
Atlanta.
One can only hope. I heard the last day of last month, a bunch of arrests happened, but I don't brag about it.
I
Don't
hope
say
so.
Well, what I find really weird is the hearse that keeps being at the Capitol. Is that normal to anybody else?
A hearse, maybe they're there picking up the ones that are getting found guilty of tribunals. Maybe they're carrying them out. Who knows? I'd be nice.
I don't know. And I don't know if it's, I just catch it when there's a hearse there, or I don't know what it is, but every so often, whenever I go watch Nancy Drew, hey Lily,
Lily,
Hello, Lily.
what's up, Garrett? Blue Beam, yeah. You see that Blue Beam last year that had Mrs. Hooters up there? It looked like Godzilla size.
Look like what?
Uh,
I can.
Say that again, Chuck.
Blue Beam last year it had the Hooters Congress female. I don't even want to say her name. The one that looks like a donkey.
Oh,
They had her like,
A-O.
yeah, they had her Godzilla
Gotcha.
size doing that Blue Beam stuff.
Well, I'm going to have to look into that. I don't know what Blue Beam is.
It's like a laser light show that I think they do with satellites and stuff. They can do it. They don't even have to have a screen or nothing. They just do it in the air.
Oh, okay.
I know a lot
Is
of
that
people
when
like,
you,
nah, nothing this ain't nothing, that ain't nothing. There's too many coincidences for all of it to be just a coincidence. To me,
was?
there isn't coincidence. There's either actions or not.
Well, it's like that fake Christmas thing. Did you see that? The stage all set and
Not sure if I,
nothing there. It was pretty weird. Oh, okay. Thank
talking
you,
that
Anna Marie.
in front of the White House,
Yes.
that big 2-story thing they had out front, that big white monstrosity.
Yes. And then they had a stage and
Yeah, they said that was like a tribunal set up, gallows and all that, but who knows?
never heard what the tents were for either, that they had so many of out there on the lawn. But I don't know.
Maybe
I
they
don't know.
fertilize. Hopefully, they fertilize the roses.
I can't remember what they said that was for. Some kind of, I don't know. I can't remember. But I know Nancy Drew said she had never seen that many tents for whatever was going to go on. Fish food and fertilizer.
Then all the smoke coming out of the sewer grates and the water flooding through them.
Yeah,
Fire
but an awful lot of digging going on.
and fire coming out of manhole covers.
Yep. But nothing to see here. We're
No.
just digging up for the heck of it. Weird.
Too many signs for nothing going on.
Yep.
Dirty jobs, yeah.
I have never seen that. But wait, is that where they do the cleanup?
Yeah, Mike Rowe guy, that blonde headed guy.
Oh, okay. I think the girls watch that. I only catch bits and pieces of things on the TV when I walk through the living room. Quite a few signs today. Hey, Garrett Spies, how are you?
Elaborate, Garrett Spies.
What?
I said, elaborate, Garrett Spies. He said,
Oh, okay.
signs today.
She says, "Explain yourself."
Micro is awesome. Hello, Tommen Hannock Outlaw. Good to see you. He did an iguana experimentation.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
Ew, God. Did you read Tracy's comment?
Yep.
He
That's
must
kind of
too much
gross.
to type.
I'm not sure what chum is, so it's like, okay, it's probably like a goulash
Ground up.
thingy type thing.
You grind up fish guts to make chum for fishing, so that
Drop the link again.
Oh, I thought he was making food with the iguana guts, and I'm like, ew. But that makes more sense.
that'd be a good way to get rid of stuff, bodies, whatever, animals, any of that. Just take a wood chipper for wood, the big one, and just run them through it over the ocean, feed the fish,
Oh,
and get rid of
God.
them at the same time. That was nasty, huh?
Yes, I've heard of stuff like that, but
I forget what country it is. That's how they, when they had the floods or whatever, and all them farm animals and stuff died, they gathered them all up in loads and run them through that and put it out in the ocean or ponds or lakes or whatever, and fish ate it.
yeah. Hello, Garrett.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Hello, Garrett.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. No,
Pretty- Pretty fly for a white guy, huh?
well, I'd say I'm not very fly for any colored guy, but it all works out.
I exist. I don't know about fly either. But
No, I don't try to impress anybody, I guess.
I don't. You've heard me talk. I don't care anyway. I'm an asshole and proud of it. So
Ask my wife. She's right here. She'll tell you.
she knows I'm an asshole too, right?
Well, she
Oh,
knows
wow.
I'm an asshole.
Yeah, I'm pretty picky about my panel. Garrett's been up here before.
Oh, that's just
But
crazy.
I know how to I know how to take that down real quick.
What is it?
Yeah. Someone went up on Jeff's and put up bad pictures.
A woman
Yeah.
private.
Jeff Riddle?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You don't have to worry about that here. I've got nothing nude on my computer. Nothing will be coming through.
That's a lot of the channels are having to be really careful about. And I know it sucks. And that's why when people are hollering at me to drop the link, I'm not going to listen every time. Sorry, y'all, but like I know y'all, but like when that eagle popped up, I hadn't dropped the link for a long time.
Yeah, that could have well been anything.
Yeah.
That's all it takes a whack job to put like kitty porn on there or something.
I was just
Yes.
on with Travis, Trainwreck Travis or whatever. I was just on with him before I jumped over here, and he was finally getting his back up because he was attacked. And Rhino, I think you guys maybe know of him, David Rhino. His channel got attacked too, like a day later after Travis's did. And he's finally got his back up again, but now he's down with the stomach flu, so he hasn't been able to get back on for a couple of days.
Oh no. Shane, no, you're not.
Just
Do you-
app chaps and a what do they call that, loincloth, huh?
That's all I ever wear is a loincloth, which is probably why you'll never see my picture. But
And Tracy, I was wondering about that. So is that just for chat? That I can do that?
I think so, because if you do that, where you make it monetized, you can make it to where
No,
they
I'm
have to actually pay the money to actually send a chat. They can't like just send a chat freely, because there's a couple other channels that I watch that I don't give them any money, but they have, if you want to put a message in there, you have to click on it, but you have to put a dollar amount or a monetary value before you can send the message.
Cindy.
But I don't know if that keeps people out or not. I don't know.
I will never be monetized, so that's not.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Do you guys watch Monkey Works?
Yes,
Okay.
He had an 8-minute clip on today, which is rare because it's Tuesday, but he had an 8-minute clip on today, and all them spy birds that have been flying over Ukraine and Russia and Belarus and all that area, none of them were flying today. All those planes were grounded, and he said today there's like between 15 and 20 heavy movers moving troops from the United States over to Asia. So he thinks something's getting ready to kick off in like Ukraine area, somewhere in there.
Okay, Kim. Thank you for that.
that's all we need to get involved in somebody else's shit. Excuse my French.
No, you're exactly right. It is funny because the way he was saying it too, he's like, look how thin we're spread. 15 to 20 plane loads of troops going to Asia. We've sent some to Eastern Europe. We've got troops everywhere. We're spread so thin that if anything was to happen, he doesn't know what the heck's going to happen to us. But something looks like it's getting ready to pop off.
Yeah, it's like spreading the guard dogs away from the chicken house.
Yep.
Oh, what crazy times.
Maybe that's intent.
Yeah,
Garrett,
I think it's all by design. Yes, exactly. All by design.
Bonnie, did you ever get your pump 12 gauge or shotgun you were talking about getting?
I am completely set.
I know you were talking about wanting a shotgun here a while back. I didn't know if you ever did.
No, but there's plenty where I'm going.
Never is plenty.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever see that? I think it's Stan Humboldt County or Stan Humboldt. But anyway, she's got a channel on Facebook, or not Facebook. I'm sorry, YouTube.
Yeah.
She was on for a little while earlier today, and she had all kinds of paperwork.
Yeah,
They're-
Humboldt.
Yeah, taking papers. They're pressing charges on the school board. 3 of the members of the school board for all their mandate crap and everything, and they're actually going through with it. Their president, they were going tonight to do it. So I'm kind of hoping she comes back on. It's in California, so I'd imagine it'd be another hour or two before they get out of that school board meeting. But they were going tonight to press charges on the school board members.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's been
working real hard with D-Dog.
And she wanted me to come up there and help her lead the charge. And I'm like, yeah, they love me. Even the ones on her side would love my bluntness.
If I went to California, I'd be yelling, "Don't come to Texas."
Yeah.
I don't have any desire to go to California.
I haven't left anything there.
Well, my brother's there, but he's happy. Well, he's not happy. He's counting down the days to retirement.
What are you drinking there, Dirk?
Laker ice.
Oh, you're back on the malt. All right.
Garrett Owen, I have heard that and believe it. Yes.
There was only one day I just had booze, but that's that's because it was the day before payday, and
That shit happens. It's okay. It's America. You're allowed to do that, you know?
oh, I'm
Yeah,
Canada.
Garrett, I believe that whole thing is to expose this stuff, but there's been so much exposure on these residents as it is, and that we are aware of, nothing's been done.
Exactly.
But I think the biggest problem is Putin's not wanting to go in and just take over Ukraine. He's wanting to go in and get the information and get the bad government out,
Yep.
and so that they can put a good government in. But he wants to go in and get all that information before they cover it up. And Biden's just like, no, go ahead and go do it. You know, go bomb them, whatever, take them out. And I think it's Biden doing it, not Putin.
But that's just it. It's been shown to everybody. The video of, could you imagine if Don Jr. or whoever was in a video sitting there smoking crack and oh my gosh, the repercussions from that would have been tremendous.
Yep.
Well, they even tried to impeach Trump over a phone call. And, you know, the actual phone call was fine, but Biden's phone calls and business dealings were way worse. And that just doesn't even get looked at.
Yeah, and then we have Miley Cyrus contacting China.
Well, and they don't even publicize his phone calls or anything. They don't even mention them. Does he know how to dial a phone? Who knows?
I don't think he can. That's just my guess. My opinion, I guess. Did you see the video about it was a young man, I don't know, I suppose he was about 30, up there at the trucker convoy that was picking up trash. And the cops harassed him yesterday. He picked up like 30 bags of trash, which everybody was respectful. They said there's no cigarette butts laying on the ground, no nothing. I mean, everybody's being respectful. And he picked up like 30 bags yesterday, and then he went back today and had probably 20 bags at least stacked on a side by side. And the cops stopped him again and said, well, because you didn't have a permit yesterday, you got it this morning, whatever, but now your vehicle's not legal to be on the street, so you can't drive it. If it moves, we have to give you a ticket and tow it. So they shut him down. So that's 2 days in a row they messed with a guy just picking up trash. And they said they got a 53-foot trailer full of food that they're cooking food for all the truckers and everything. And the cops just totally shut them down, wouldn't let them do anything.
They can't even cook them food.
Nope. They said, you're done. You're out of here. You don't have a permit. You don't have a tag on your side by side. You don't have this, whatever. The cops just really stepped in and said no.
Well,
Well, I saw one guy today picking up garbage, but he had a handful cart.
Okay.
Did you guys see that one yesterday or the day before where that guy sitting in that black and green truck talking to the lady? And the cop pulled up behind him, and then one pulled in front of him, bumped the front of his truck, and he backed up. And the next thing they drug him, threw him on the ground, and
The old
no,
guy?
I didn't see that.
he wasn't even doing anything.
The old guy?
He was a younger guy.
Oh,
They
okay.
hit a guy who was in a black and green Dodge pickup.
No, the older guy was in a car that they arrested just for
Yeah.
honking and waving.
Yeah, he was sitting on the side of the road, parked, sitting behind the wheel, talking to a lady, and they just said something back and forth about when they're just going to start arresting people because the next thing you know, cop shows up behind him, then one pulls in front, they back up to bump him. I guess they're trying to make it look like he hit the cop and run over, jerked his door open, slung him out on the ground, and cuffed him.
My goodness. Somebody sent me a meeting that they were having with it was a press conference,
Mhm.
and all the organizers of this protest were there, and they had doctors, they had scientists, they had people who know back
The lawyers too there.
backing them up. Yes. And they said all they wanted to do was have a roundtable meeting and discuss it. They wanted their scientists to talk to the government scientists to see how they were coming up with their data and how they came up with theirs. And I was like, and they're sitting there having to beg to be able to do this. So I don't know if it happened. I think it was supposed to happen today, but
I don't know if that meeting took place or not.
I
I
just
know
cannot
Trudeau showed up
believe.
at a meeting
What was that?
at the House yesterday.
I mean,
Same
They
what
don't
I
want-
heard from him.
They don't want factual truth with evidence. They want science-based truth without facts.
you want to talk about it?
They want the political one, not the scientific one. They want the political one.
Yeah,
It's not to do as I say or do as I do. It's do as I say.
Do you want to tell them about it? Sorry, my better half is telling me that meeting did take place. She watched it on the internet earlier today.
Oh, okay.
oh good. And do you know the outcome?
No, she won't tell me anything because she doesn't like to talk to me. But she watched it. Do you know anything about the outcome, babe? No, it really did. Basically, she's saying it didn't really make any sense. They were just kind of just brushing over everything and didn't put anything together. They gave their evidence, but they just kind of, yeah, we'll take it under advisement and blah blah blah, and it just kind of stopped at that. They didn't really get anywhere with it.
So they'll just blow it off like,
Yeah.
hey, Jim. Well, I don't think they're going to stop until they get some answers, some kind of action. Is the way they sounded in that meeting. That I heard yesterday.
Yeah, my dad's words he used to say all the time. I'm so tired of getting screwed without getting kissed.
At least a little Vaseline, for crying out loud.
Right?
Or at least some spit. But no, we get straight sand and super glue.
I'm gonna let y'all chat it up a second while I go get me something to eat.
Yeah, I went and got some Oriental food at the little place around the corner, Bonnie. She's like Thai and Korean or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And her husband told me, she said, if you want it, if my wife asked you if you want it spicy, tell her no. Because her version of mild spicy is double hot to standards in Texas. So tell her you want it bland. Because if she says hot, he goes, that stuff will make white marks on your lips when your lip touches the fork. It's so spicy.
Ouch.
I'm like, I'm good. I don't want nothing that hot.
Yeah. Well, we went out to my mom's and it ended up being a whole lot later than I thought it would be. So we were rushing home because I was getting messages and I was like, okay, I'll go on. First I said 8:30. Okay, more like 9. Trying to get back.
No, Garrett 01 is not the same Garrett that's on the panel. And Marie Kimball.
He said
Yeah,
no.
there you go. Yeah, okay. I was just making sure she got answered because I just happened to see that.
Art Award discernment.
Why is Shane saying sorry, Bonnie?
I don't know.
How's it going, internet husband?
I think I'm in trouble for that one.
He was saying it the other day. He's the internet husband, you're the internet wife, so I figured it was okay to repeat it since he said it.
I know. Well, Shane was one of the texts I got, so that may be what he's apologizing for.
Okay, I won't call him internet husband. I'll just call
I
him
like
Puddin.
texts.
I'll call him Puddin. Is that better?
Oh, you guys got a pudding too?
Puddin.
Yeah, I used to call one of my buddies Puddin.
I don't think he'll like pudding.
Hi,
So it's
Susie.
always it's always
Susie.
fun. Take it easy,
Hi,
pudding.
Liz. Hello.
Yeah, my wife Vicky, she heard me and him aggravating each other with it one day. She goes, "You two guys are too redneck manly to be saying all that pole smoker talk."
I thought it was
You know how
dumpling.
big,
Little
yeah,
sugar
we
dumpling.
started. Yeah, I started Puddin because I was talking one day about something, and I was talking about making Puddin. I ended up calling him Puddin, and it stuck.
Thanksgiving time that weekend after Thanksgiving, I was up at my brother's. He's a retired military veteran. He got injured and he was active for 18 and a half years and then got blown up over in Afghanistan and medevaced out and everything. So he's retired now. But a bunch of his guys that he served with, we all get together and hang out every year for Memorial Day and stuff. But quite a few of them come up for Thanksgiving, and I thought I was doing really good. I was finally getting on their good side. All of them we were all getting along and everything. And I jumped up and was like, "Oh, I got to go potty." And then they all started making fun of me because I said potty instead. I got to go take a piss. I'm like, I'm an adult. I'm a parent. I'm sorry. They tell my kids to go potty. I just had to go potty. I didn't.
At least you didn't say tinkle, huh?
Yeah.
TT.
Yeah, that's my kids. TT and Boo Boo.
Yeah.
My son, he's 30 years old, and he still says, "I got a boo boo."
Well, I just turned 40 in August. So I guess, 40 and a half. And I still say potty every day.
He goes, "Y'all hurry up, get out of the bathroom. I got a boo boo bad." I'm talking about taking a dump.
Shane's got to explain pudding's okay. That's good. Will do.
That's a Bill Cosby reference. Bill Cosby's pudding. You know why he's pudding? Because he's putting his pito where it don't belong.
Oh no. No, I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm not touching that one.
Brings the whole meaning to banana pudding, huh?
Yeah, that's why I stay away from pudding and bananas, as far as that goes.
See you later, Ken.
Good night, Ken.
Yeah, and see that I don't know if you guys are watching the chat, but they're talking about it in the chat about Ukraine and when all that crap went down with the with the impeachment of Trump and everything, the phone call. There was nothing wrong with the phone call, but they just had to make all that other stuff up. And when they actually wanted the information, Ukraine wouldn't send it. But I don't think Biden's allowed to step foot in Ukraine now. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, because I think once he steps out of here, I think a bunch of them said they're going to get him.
Yeah, they've got the arrest warrant for him and Hunter both. If he tries to go near there, they're going to pick him up.
Yeah, come on up here, Shane. A lot gets lost in translation. I'm not good with emotions and text.
Isn't that amazing how much you lose just by reading it, overhearing it?
Yeah, people think because I text in caps or a lot of caps and swear in text. Most of it's speech to text. That what are you mad about? I'm not mad. There's no emotion in text. What's a lot easier than talking on the phone? I know it ain't. Okay, then Morse code's even easier than text.
Yeah.
I could just seen it back then.
Don, I did answer your question in chat before you said you were leaving. So hopefully you saw it.
All that's just distractions and making money move around that they can get their paws into.
Yep.
Hey, Dur, I thought you were going to ask me a question earlier, actually. I'm sorry. I just remembered. I think I kind of stepped over you and then we got into talking about something else. But did you have something you were going to say?
Yeah, you made a comment in chat about. Hang on, I'm looking to see if I can see it. If I can go back that far. I don't know. You made a comment in chat, and I asked you to explain.
Oh,
Back
probably
on
about
the
the
other side.
signs, the signs that I seen today.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
it.
yeah. That was the most of them was California. They're going after the school boards. They're filing charges against school boards. And then you've got Monkey Works came out and said all the planes stopped over there, in the Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia area. So he thought something was getting ready to take off there. 15 to 20 plane loads of troops going to Asia from America. He's like, something's up. Something's getting ready to go.
Big pile of stink is forming.
Yeah, a big pile of stink is forming, exactly. And that was basically everything. I mean, but that was all stuff. None of that's really come out before today because it just came out today that all this happened. Those spy birds stopping over Ukraine and Russia, that was been going on every day for the last 6 months. And now today, all of a sudden, all of them are stopped. And there was 2 or 3 of them that were running really regularly. So it's just kind of a sign that, okay, something's going to happen there. If the spy birds aren't looking anymore, they know where to send their people. They already know what they need to know.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
I hope it's clear. I don't know.
I forgot I asked you the question, and then we were talking and getting information, so I kind of.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just remember you asking that earlier. It just clicked to me that you'd asked something, and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think I ever answered that.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
you kind of did.
Yeah, Cindy Fuller and that Stacey Abrams up amongst all them little kids in there giving speech to the school full supporter of all these mandates, and she's without a mask around all them kids.
I saw
like-
a picture of that.
Rules for thee and not for me.
And it's amazing. She still thinks she won the government, or won the governor election.
That's some of that entitlement syndrome. And it's not a race thing, it's a fucking situation thing for the positions they hold. They know how crooked all that is, so they figure if they don't win, that somebody else cheated better than they did.
Did you see where they just put her back on the elections committee? She's part of the watchdog, I guess, watchdog group that's going to be overseeing the elections committee of Georgia. They just reappointed her to that.
Kind of like making Jesse James in charge of the mint, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that lady that brought out the information on the Maricopa thing got arrested today.
Yeah, they're going to start retaliating on all them people.
They haven't arrested the bad guys, but they arrested good people.
Yep.
Which one got arrested in Maricopa County?
The
Probably
the blonde lady that brought the information out that there was cheating.
The one that went to like North Dakota or whatever with all that information.
Was that not Wendy Rogers, right? Or is it? No, she's got brown hair.
I don't know. She's blonde.
I think she's the one that went to what's his name, the Pillow Guys conference, and spilled all the beans on them people, and they were going to hunting for her and all that. And I guess they got her. Were talking about they were going to get her when she got home.
Was that from Arizona or Colorado?
Arizona, I think it was Arizona.
Man, I'm gonna have to look now. I can't remember. The gal out of Colorado, who was the Secretary of State, took a bunch of information to when Mike Lindell did his conference for whatever it was, 4 or 5 days, and then she was threatened, and he had to actually privately escort her and put her on his own plane and everything, because her office had been raided and whatnot.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I can't think of her name right offhand.
She had some political position. I can't remember what it was either.
Yeah, she was Secretary of State, and they were trying to say that she signed off on all the machines and all the ballots and this and that and the other thing. And she was like, "Oh, bullshit! I didn't sign off on any of that." And so they were threatening her, and she jumped on a plane to go to Mike Lindell's deal, and then they raided her office and took a bunch of stuff and said that she was holding information and blah blah blah.
She went there and spilled the beans. I remember seeing her talk.
Yep. Can't think of her name right offhand. It'll come to me eventually. But
what these criminals don't understand is when they get somebody hemmed in a corner and they ain't got nothing to lose, they're going to start pointing fingers.
yeah,
They'll do it to each other. They'll, like dogs, eat each other. All you got to do is catch one of them red-handed and they'll squeal out everybody they know.
I'll look into that whole Arizona thing though too, because that I don't doubt it.
Tracy, I think that's it. Katie Holmes. Hey, Zoom. Joseph. Good to see y'all. Discernment. Dorinda, you're all quiet. What's going on?
I'm typing hello to Joseph.
You say it.
Hello, Joseph from Dorinda.
When
See what I
nobody's
type, it takes all
speaking,
three
say it.
Okay, well I was told to say it, so I'm trying to behave. Hello, Joseph. Hello, discernment.
Please, nobody behave on Bonnie's channel. If we get in
Hello,
trouble, it's her
everybody
fault.
out there. All of you deserve it. All of you matter. So don't let anybody tell you don't. Be strong.
Thank you, Joseph.
Something will come of it one way or another.
It's tough staring at the chat. Makes my eyes hurt.
Sometimes purification by fire is the best thing. So even when it looks as darkest, maybe that's what it needs to do. So
Shit show, I think you're lying. You didn't stop caring. You care too much.
Wouldn't it be great though if we didn't care? Just let it go.
He said I stopped caring, Chuck C, because Chuck mentioned not caring or whatever. And he said I stopped caring, and I'm like, no, you didn't.
it's kind of a mind over matter thing. If you don't mind, it don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a mind, don't bring your matter to me.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be what do I want to call it? There's going to be not a convention, but like they're going to be forming a convoy in Raleigh, North Carolina, on the 16th, 17th, and 18th of this month.
Nice.
Travis was he's even got it's not a GoFundMe page because GoFundMe can go screw themselves, but it's I think it's oh, crap, what is it? It's give, send, go, or go, give, send, or something.
Yeah.
And he's got a link for it, but he's raising money for that. He's going to head down there, and they're going to be putting together a convoy.
Yeah, well, that particular thing is totally overwhelmed right now because the convoy in Canada went to that, and they've raised over $6 million in less than 3 days.
He's going to be on. Okay, when? How long? Oh, we got 24 minutes. But yeah, I seen that earlier. I don't know. I'm excited. I got Travis's cell phone number and he's got mine now, so we're connecting. But he's heading down there, taking a bunch of tools and everything, and just ready to help if anybody has problems or whatever along the way. I don't know where they're going to go to, and I don't know if they might just be staying in Raleigh, North Carolina. But he wants to put something together where every weekend they go to a different capital, and I think that's awesome.
And I heard that they're going to the Super Bowl also.
Yeah, I see the video. Sorry, dear, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just got excited there for a second because you just reminded me of a video I saw earlier. I saw a video earlier on,
Hey, Michigan.
I think it was on YouTube. I want to say the video I saw was on YouTube, but it was just a group of people, and they were already starting to pile up. There's already trucks lining up around the stadium, and they're all moving in. I was like, yeah, that's what they need to do.
Did y'all see the advertisement for the Super Bowl? Kind of interesting what it said.
Elaborate.
Sorry, the TV I watch doesn't have commercials hardly.
Well, somebody showed it on their channel. I can't remember where it was, but um, you'll have to look it up. I can't remember the exact wording, but it was kind of odd.
More of that liberal stuff.
Not really. That was what was odd about it.
They chased us off when they started kneeling, and my wife, she's a big Steelers fan, and she burned her stuff and videotaped it and put it on the Steelers website. I spent like $2,500 one Christmas buying her a bunch of Steelers stuff, jerseys and a jacket and all kinds of shit. And she burned all of it. She asked me if it was all right. I said, it's yours. She goes, I'll make a statement. I'm going to let them know I'm never going to watch them again.
Well, hey, Puddin', I got some stuff you could buy for me. If you want.
What, Steelers stuff?
No. I just take your money. That's all I need. But I'll call you Puddin', so it's all good.
Whatever makes your rocks roll. Yeah, that was the biggest waste that I ever seen, but it made her feel better about it. 'Cause she just couldn't believe that when they're basically told their fans they wouldn't do it and turn around and do it. I was into the Saints and it was working its way there, and I gave up on it. I wouldn't go across the street if they paid me $100 to watch the Super Bowl now.
No, I've been a Giants fan, New York Giants fan since 1985. I was 4 years old, watching Lawrence Taylor do his deal. That was awesome. That's what got me inspired in football, and I loved it. I've been a diehard Giants fan ever since. And then about 3 years ago, like you said, when they started taking knees, 4 years ago maybe, when they started taking a knee and, just disrespecting America, I thought, you know what? I'm done. And I haven't watched anything since.
That's me. And I was watching the Saints. I was watching the Saints in the '80s when they couldn't find water if they fell out of a boat.
Kicker.
Hey, Shift.
I did watch the halftime show last year because I was told there was supposed to be some great big huge announcement, and all it ended up being was a freaking pedophile sex ring thing.
Yeah, demonic pedophile shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shift Kicker, is that commercial?
Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre.
I'll tell you real quick what it is, Bonnie.
Well, that's who sings Gin and Juice.
Oh,
There's got another one down there too.
It's Shep's YouTube.
yes.
Okay, the next one.
Dropping links to channels. That's okay.
Yeah, and
Awesome.
he's got another one, so I don't know what that is.
Discernment Files.
Yeah, that's his Chan.
Good job, Anna.
Okay.
I didn't even watch NASCAR
See
anymore.
that on top. I wasn't looking at that.
I used to, every Sunday was always NASCAR or NFL football. It didn't matter. And you can ask my kids, they all hated me for it. You can ask my wives, they all hated me for it. You can ask anybody that knew me, they all hated me for it because that's what I was doing every Sunday. And I don't do it now. I haven't watched a football game enough. I do watch a football game. I shouldn't say that. I do watch football games. I put my highlight tape in from my high school career, and I watch that.
I've looked at a few high school games and college games since then, and that wasn't watch. It was like, okay, 5 minutes, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
It broke something in me where I don't care less about it.
My highlight tape still gets me pretty fired up, I got to admit. But it's not I'm not as good as I once was. Wow. Did everybody leave?
No, I was swallowing. Sorry, and reading chat.
I keep trying to look over there. No, it's ridiculous. I used to watch NASCAR from the time it started before it, when they were walking around the pits, and talking to the drivers and everything and getting all the info, and then watch the whole race and watch everything. And then, like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, they stopped filming when they were changing tires. They stopped the pit stops. They stopped filming when they were doing the pit stops. And it was like, why are they not filming that? Come on, I want to see what they're doing. And it just got worse from there. Now when they go into the pits, they go to the commercial, and it's like, hello, the pits are like the most important part of the race. Come on, let's look at it. But they don't even carry it anymore. It's like, that's bullshit. And then when the fake noose, that's been there for 6 years or whatever they said, 6 months, 6 years. And it's like, it's not a noose. And just because he can't drive, now all of a sudden he's a victim. No, that's not why you're a victim. Okay, you need to figure this out. And it was like, all right, I'm done. So I haven't watched a race since. I always loved it, though. They'd go to the pit stops, and everybody else would get up and run to the bathroom and go like, oh, now's the time to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, no, it's the pits. You got to watch the pit stops. You got to watch this. But no, I was the only one that watched it. That was my favorite part. I loved it.
You know what NASCAR stands for, huh?
Not anymore.
Non-athletic sports centered around rednecks.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Which I used to watch that too, but that they made a spectacle out of some moron over a piece of rope hanging off a door. So,
Do you remember, was it 6 months or 6 years before that picture they found?
something their deals with numbers are on purpose. They got this shit with numerology that
And they put the BLM on the cars and everything. Fuck that.
that's
I
like
mean, all lives matter. I don't need to be told, who I'm supposed to care about. All lives matter.
I was informed the other day that 9/11 was a prevalent date from World War II. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's something out of World War II. Something happened, and that's why they hold it close to them too.
That could be. I did hear that that Jubilee calendar or whatever they call it, the other calendar that the blackheads go by or whatever. The what?
Julian calendar.
There you go. According to that calendar, I think somewhere in there in the September 11th is some big date for them. I could be wrong on that, but I thought that's what they were saying.
It is.
Like a satanic holiday or something.
Hello, Ken.
Right.
Something I think and also I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, that is the actual birth date of Christ. So who knows?
See, and I've also heard that like January 25th or 26th, or no, 7th. No, let's see, January 7th or 8th or something like that is Christ's actual birthday. So I've heard that too.
January 6th is like the Ukrainian European Christmas.
Okay, there you go.
Just want to let everybody know I appreciate everybody's support. Ride together. We stand together.
turn that down a little bit. My goodness.
25 for rights.
Dorinda, you just reminded me of an old weird song.
Okay.
That I don't care if it rains or freezes, as long as I have my plastic Jesus sitting on the dashboard in my car. You remember that?
Nope.
I don't even remember if that was on a movie or if that was an actual song.
I have no idea.
Funny shit right there, though.
I just like that you like to sing.
Now she humming a tune, and that popped in my mind. That was another brain cell jumping off a bridge. That's what them things that just pop into our heads is. That's that brain cell one.
Yep.
I call it useless knowledge.
Yeah. I have a plethora of it, and a lot of it started coming out in the last 4 years. But I started digging through all this horse shit back right after 9/11 happened. I started acknowledging the government then. Before that, I didn't care. Too young.
Now I feel really bad because I actually voted for George Bush.
First time I ever voted, I voted for Trump. Second time I voted for Trump.
He's got my vote, but I kick myself all the time because I was just old enough to vote, when Bush was running or whatever. And so I actually voted for him. And now looking back, I'm like, why the fuck did I vote him into office? What
Yeah, it's kind of
he didn't bring anything to the shop. He didn't bring anything to it.
the
We
choices.
didn't know, Garrett.
The choices we get's like you rather have your left thumb or your right thumb smashed.
Right. I voted for him too. We didn't know.
We know better now.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, Bonnie, there's pictures of them, the Bushes, with our governor. He was buddy with them before and after he got paralyzed. Did you know that? I want to say Pappy Bush helped him with his college education,
Really.
if I ain't mistaken.
Jeremy the Jester.
What's up, Jer?
Jeremy, good to see you. Yeah, I've been checking out a few of his lives.
Tell you what, you dig back too far into the Bush family line, the bloodline, and it just gets scarier. The further you go back, it's just even worse.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of Senior in Dallas the day Kennedy was shot.
He was standing at the front door.
Yep, right. He was there 20 feet away from the car when it happened.
Yep. That poor sap that they took out and said that was the shooter, he couldn't have made that shot. That was a trained military expert. I don't care what anybody says to make
Yeah,
that
I've
kind
seen
of
that
shot.
there was like 13 different angles they had on. The one that got him was in the storm drains on the side of the road. It's like the rectangular shaped hole with a grate in front of it.
Yep.
They were in there.
They even said his head went forward, not backwards. But
Yeah.
all the videos show that his head goes back, and the actual footage of when it happened, his head goes forward. So
Yeah,
he
that
was
video-
shot with the back of the head.
That video was hampered with, I don't know if you ever noticed in some of the pictures of close-ups and stuff they show of it, the people that are on the other side of the road, in some pictures they're real close up, look like they're bigger than the people in the car, and then some of the pictures look like they're 200 feet away.
Totally CGI'd and doctored with.
And dubbed, and that was their stuff back then. To then, it was believable. Now with the CGI we got now, it's like, yep, that's fake.
Big time. I'd kind of like to go back, even look at Abraham Lincoln. I don't think, Lee Harvey, not Lee Harvey. Was it Lee Harvey also? No. Who took out Lincoln?
It was Wilkes Booth.
Yeah, James Wilkes Booth.
Booth.
Um,
Yes.
I don't think it was him. I don't think it was him at all. I think it was somebody right beside Lincoln. I think it was somebody came up behind him and got him. And James Wilkes Booth he was a criminal already. He had been arrested like 5 times. If you look at his history, he was arrested like 5 times for different crimes. And I think they just threw him under the bus. I could be wrong on that, but
Yeah, they're saying what got him. Booth had a single shot Derringer, but it was like a 32. What got him was either a 38 or 45. They said so.
and James Wilkes Booth's gun had the bullet still in it. It didn't even discharge. It still had a loaded bullet in it. So I don't know.
And there's some of the stuff I've read that he didn't jump off the stage; he was thrown. And then he knew he was a dead man walking.
Yeah, because he didn't put up much of a fight, but they sure executed him awfully quick.
Yep.
He probably already knew that.
That's like Jack Ruby. He was a club man too.
No, it's just sick. The way our world is going. It's like, what the hell? What is everything that's going on? Why is this all happening? Why are they lying to us? Why are they doing all this crap? I think it's just time to throw government out and start over.
And
What they
getting away with it.
What they do is they make the facts so stupid that people like that can't be possible. That's unbelievable.
And then if you talk about the truth, then you're a conspiracy theorist.
They make the truth look so ridiculous that people don't believe it. That really what happened. They believe the bullshit.
I think a lot more of us believe it than don't now.
I just don't think there's enough of us standing up is the problem.
I don't know the other side that voted for this resident now. There's a lot of them screaming about what we do. Which I honestly believe for everybody that went and voted would have voted for Trump, he still would have lost because they'd have had the manipulation somewhere.
I heard a deal recently here, and it's kind of funny the number, but Biden's down to a 17% approval rating, which means 83% disapprove, which means we're above that threshold that, like Wano, Saban, and people like that have been talking about. We need to
I
be
think
80% or
The
plus.
number they all spoke was, what is it, 87?
And it's possible, yeah, 80, 83, 87.
That's the number, the threshold number where the stuff would start happening. I guess to me, more than above majority would be 60-40 or 55-35 or 45. I mean, but I guess they want a major majority, so they want it to where everybody sees what's going on. That was what was said anyway.
Yeah, the great awakening, the wide opening of the eyes.
is what they need.
And they
Yeah.
said it was going to get terribly bad before it started getting better. Define terribly bad.
I don't want to. Because it'll be bad for
Yeah, I
everybody.
agree,
It's
too.
going to be bad for everybody.
So if you compare terribly bad to the Spanish flu, then 1/3 of the population hadn't died yet. So we need to get off this subject. I'm getting glum.
Yeah.
Yes.
Night
I'm going to jump
Shaker.
off here. I think Brad Barton's coming on. I'm going to jump over and try to watch his show.
Okay.
Good talking
Thanks
with
for
you,
coming
bud.
up, Garrett.
Not a problem. And thank you guys for all your stuff and your information. And just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, I think we're reaching people.
Keep smiling. Makes them wonder what you're up to.
Thank you.
That's right.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night, Garrett.
Night, Garrett. Take care.
Yep, Hoppa knew a lot.
Who is Brad Barton?
That religious guy that talks all the hopium.
Who's Jimmy Hoffa?
That's the one that mobster that come up missing in the 70s.
Oh,
You never found him.
Yeah. He was a union guy. He knew a lot about 1963 and JFK. I think he knew too much about a lot of things. And he either on his own disappeared or was made to disappear.
Yes, discernment. They're holding back technology.
Yeah, Cam, that they thought they found him in that old, where that old junkyard was, and they excavated and stuff, and he wasn't there. Somebody said the last place they seen him was being put in a barrel there, but I want to say it was in New Jersey.
I think so.
so he probably wouldn't still be alive even if he was alive.
Alive, he'd probably be 90 or close to 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Truth. Shap, I mean. I think he was the Teamsters Union president. Which is, I think, was the truckers, but I'm not positive about that part of it.
Yep, Cam, he knew about the JFK and knew about the stuff going on with Nixon and knew a lot about the politics and then the unions, and he
Yeah.
vanished.
Hey, Monty. He's in the
Hello,
water.
Marty.
He's feeding the fishes.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember Geraldo looking for him.
Also remember him finding that vault and opening it up, and there wasn't nothing in it.
Yeah.
Hey, Slow Country.
Hello, Slow Country.
Hey, Slow.
Huh. Well, I know around here nobody liked LBJ.
Huh.
At all.
And Lady Bird's family was from up around where I'm at. They had
That's
a place,
what,
they had a place up there on in Uncertain, Texas. I think it was over there on Caddo Lake.
yeah, that's what her daughters were telling me. Um, I used to talk to them quite a bit, and my grandmother was from East Texas, so we had that in common. That's about it.
I love Caddo Lake. It's got a lot of history, a lot of stories and stuff. Damn near about like New Orleans.
Excuse me. Well, but Lady Bird's family had the shipping companies. Where was that at? Is that in the Carolinas, or
I don't remember.
I can't remember either. But supposedly she was the one that had the money. It's kind of neat out at the ranch. I mean, the airplane's there, the car. I don't know if you ever heard about the car. The car, he would be flying down the road and drive into the river, and it floated.
I think I heard something about it.
It's still out there.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of stories. You get around there. I go down in there sometimes and fish. There's a spot in Uncertain. I'd love to get some of that land out there because it's like a cove that goes out in the lake, and it's kind of like an island. They got a lot of little houses and camps and mobile homes and stuff around in that area that you can. And they had a little restaurant up there as a store, and some of them old timers hanging up there, and they tell you some stories about around there, things going on, and when they was hunting for that Civil War gold and that old warship, warboat, or whatever they had that sunk that had a bunch of Confederate gold on it. Some people hunted, some found some of it supposedly some other people found and hid. That's one of the things you can sit there for hours with a cooler full of Cokes or beers or whatever and listen to them talk all day.
Hey, Lauren.
Hello, Lori.
I liked it. My wife liked it. Our boys listened to it for a little while, but it's like wasn't electronics involved in it. They got uninterested quick.
Yeah. Huh.
But if they'd have made a YouTube video or what's that uh, thing that everybody now is putting little short videos on and people watch?
TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok. They make a TikTok video with that stuff on it, and they probably learn from it. Somebody shoving a carrot up their nose and saying something about something important, and they'd watch it.
Yeah, I miss Rush too.
Yeah, he was pretty cool. Yeah, I found out recently I had somebody that I sort of had respect for breaking the ice on radio. Howard Stern, he's a POS.
I never liked Howard Stern. I always thought he was an egomaniac.
That and he's a pervert, but he broke the wall of free speech and then turned around and ended up joining the side he was against.
Wow.
Sold out. Yeah, you can't take it with you.
No, like I said, there's a camel will get through the eye of a needle before a rich man will get into heaven, meaning you can't take it with you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They might can bury you with it, but you ain't taking it with you.
Yeah, there was a lady I knew. She wanted to be buried in her truck on her land, and I don't know. I don't know if that happened or not.
Oh wow.
She had a drug overdose.
Uh,
Depends what kind of money she had, I guess. If she had money and paid well enough, they'd probably bury him whatever they wanted to be buried in.
Yeah. That's something else I wanted to look into is if a family cemetery is on your property, um, I want to see what the laws are about that. Like, to me, shouldn't be touchable, or I don't know.
hello, Blackwatch.
Oh wow, slow country. That's interesting. Hi, Blackwatch.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember him being given a badge and stuff by Nixon.
Hmm.
I wasn't like 7 or 8 years old, something in that area, 6 or 7 years old.
Oh, so he was really young. That's what I was wondering if it was when he was in the military or.
It was in the early 70s when he was the Moody Blues stuff, when he was wearing his Evil Knievel outfit with the rhinestones and stuff.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I think he showed up in his big white frock and his white outfit when he was visiting with Nixon. No, he was in his suit, 3-piece suit with a big collared shirt.
Okay, Shane. Yeah, I finally got to have a long talk with my mother. She's finally, I don't know what happened to make her wake up, but she's been stocking up on canned foods, and um, we're
Who is?
talking about an electric gate and fencing and signs and all kinds of stuff. And
Nice.
um, she said there's been a few burglaries in that area. And so I was like, yeah, I think it's going to.
Who registered under John Burroughs?
I'm not, wait, let me go back up and Elvis, I think is who he was talking about.
I mean, 1970.
Boy, Camo, he lived a long life.
Yeah, I think 1970, Camel.
I know he did.
I know it.
Yeah, my niece, she works for the FBI. I'm wondering, she shakes her head about me and her aunt, me and Vicky.
You have his military briefcase? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, my dad, when he went into the Army, he was in the same time. He was 20, 30 people behind Elvis when he got in the military. He's into that. When he went in, everywhere he went after that, he was like right behind it. Like Elvis just left, Dad would show up there, and sort of different places they stationed.
Oh wow. That's my great uncle served with is it Gene Autry
Yeah, I was gonna say Gene Autry.
was one of them, and then there was a few that grew up over there in East Texas. Um, Dadgummit, seems like one was a country singer, but there were a couple of actors that he served with, and that was in World War II.
That's like Hank Williams Jr. He's from Shreveport.
Yeah.
Hank Williams, his dad got his start at the Louisiana Hayride. That's up there north of Shreveport.
Well, Cam, that's worth something, and I don't know if I'd be letting people know that. You be careful with those.
You have history, boy. Take care of it.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Good night,
Shit.
Chip Show.
Night, Cam. Thanks for coming by.
Good night, Cam.
Good night, dude.
That would make sense, Tracy. I wonder if he's the pastor that everybody keeps saying is Audie Murphy, World War II. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, my dad's brother from Shreveport used to make fun of them too. He said he knew them in the military. That Audie Murphy and Gene Autry, he said they're gonna put out a movie called "Who Crapped in My Saddle." I remember George telling me that when I was a kid.
There is this movie, Dadgummit, what is it called? Is it The Twin Lions or something like that? That it is so good. It's been so many years since I watched it. I don't think I have it. But I had bought it for my father-in-law for Christmas one time because I knew he would enjoy it. He was a pilot and flew his airplane up
Yeah,
until
them guys that fly are a little off, ain't they? Everyone I ever met's kind of throwed off a little bit.
Thank you, Slow Country, for dropping that.
I ain't meaning nothing bad about it. They're just, I guess some of the stuff they got to do have to make them off a little bit.
Yep. I know that's everybody keeps asking me, why won't you leave Texas? Well, I don't know how long we've been here. I know that one of the greats somewhere down the line was killed in the Alamo. So
Yeah, I had different people in my past, my family. I dated it all the way back to before the Revolutionary War. I went back to 1165, I think.
in Texas,
And no, there's some of them were in Texas, but they worked their way around after Texas became a state. There was some of my family through here, but it was all, a lot of it was military ties, or somebody's military moved somewhere, start a family, they go somewhere else. It all centered around Tennessee, and that's the same time a lot of them on the after the Revolutionary War, when they started creating states. And some of my family was granted land in Kentucky or Tennessee or something that branched off. And
Night Tracy.
a buddy of mine, I grew up buddy of mine I grew up with, his family also was. He looked it up, found it were there, and my person that I was related to back then, and his person he was related to back then, they were in the same company. When then they got granted land the same time, and they were like neighbors. He says, kind of weird. 200 years later, we friends in Louisiana, growing up.
Yeah. That's what the Allreds, two brothers came from, and I can't remember if it was North or South Carolina, to fight in the Alamo, but they didn't make it in time. But they were here for the battle. And they were granted 250 acres of land. And that's over there by Carthage.
Yeah. Still owned by the family.
You know, that's a touchy subject in the family. I have a uncle that's a Pentecostal preacher. Well, he's passed away now, but when my great grandmother sold the property in Fairplay to move to San Antonio, she kept the mineral rights. Well, I drove out there about 5 years ago just to go to the cemetery, check it out and everything. And there's oil rigs sitting on that property. Well, my uncle, he had a whole lot of land and this ginormous red brick house. I mean, somehow I think he's the one who finagled getting all of the
Well,
rights.
to that, if it was your mom or dad was his brother or sister,
My grandmother was his sister.
so that leave it your side of the family should own part of it too.
Well, maybe. That's a battle I don't want to. We
That's
pick our
why-
battles.
You get one of these bank robbers involved in it, one of them lawyers, and they make some money out of it. They'll sure do it if they can make money.
That's true.
You just tell them what you know, what it was. They'll look into it, and if they can make money, they'll take it.
I'm stepping down, you guys. Have a good night. I got to work in the morning.
We'll see you later, Dorinda.
Take care,
Good night.
Dorinda. It's good to see you.
Yeah, I got messed with by a family friend. She lives over by Fort Worth, and she goes, "What'd you come to Texas from Louisiana for?" She goes, "You've been here almost 10 years now." She goes, "That still don't make you a Texan." I said, "Hey, I got something I could throw in there in the battle to defend myself." She goes, "What's that?" I said, "You were born here and brought here as a child. I had a choice to become a Texan. You didn't." She loved that. She goes, "Yep, you're a Texan." I said, "It took me 40 some years to get here, but I got here."
Yep. I've just been here. And people laugh at me because I say this is the farthest north I've ever lived, and it's not very north.
I've been in Canada as a kid. I don't remember it. I was little. When I lived in Ohio as a kid, my parents' friends had a cottage. Their mom had a cottage or something over there on the other side of Lake Erie in Canada, and they'd go over there with them to do stuff. They had one in Toledo and one on the other side. Then they had a place in Florida. So
Oh, wow.
I guess they that my aunt's folks had money, wasn't really blood relative, but I grew up around them and I was their only grandchild. Hell, I was damn near grown before mom's best friend she grew up with, which was the daughter of the people that took to me like I was their grandkid. Then once I become a teenager, become an asshole, and then found out later that then people had a lot of money and I was in their will till I kind of shunned them as a teenager, had to do my thing.
Yeah.
Which I don't ever do nothing out of gain because money's nice to have, but I don't dwell on it.
No, it's not worth it.
I
Not
see,
at all.
I see what money turns people into.
Yes. My sister, she is something else.
She got money.
Um, not really. No.
There's the ones that got money and don't show it, like those people I'm talking about. Then there's, which granted they had the little vacation places, but I guess when they got it, when they did get that kind of stuff, it didn't cost them much of anything because they had it from 50s and 60s when this stuff wasn't really expensive or nobody really wanted to go there. And then by the time the 70s and 80s hit, it was the places, and they had places there.
Well, she grew up with my dad, and that's where the money was. And so she doesn't have money, but she hangs around with people who do have money.
And a lot of the times, those kind of people are the ones that are brokered us simple people for the fact that they try to put on a show that they really got something.
It's all credit.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. But she does help out with the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. And
I used to get in all that as a kid. I wish I'd have stuck with it. Hell, I was 13 years old breaking horses, saddle breaking them, barrel racing horses, working them, working on horse races, racing horses from Louisiana Downs, even sleigh breaking and plow breaking and disc breaking mules. Only thing I didn't do is rodeo. I went to them, but I was a redneck boy that got out there and got thrown off of horses and worked for a living doing it.
yeah, that's not something I would enjoy doing, breaking a horse.
I guess I was the actual cowboy, I guess, then.
Yeah.
I remember my pride and joy first big bonus I ever got was a race horse that was working with from Louisiana Downs, and the old man that owned it come out there and shook my hand and handed me $1,500, and I smiled. And he goes, "Well, you already know what you're gonna buy?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna go up to ranch land and I'm gonna get that beaver pelt hat and that big that feather band for it and some other stuff." And hell, he took me up there. I spent $500 on that hat
Good grief.
and didn't have it 6 months, and a good looking girl was hanging all over me. I let her put it on and she left with it and never seen it again.
You men and your easy women.
Yeah. He was a cute little old thing wearing them fucking boots and jeans and shit.
Yeah.
Get kind of blunt with it. I found out what a piece of ass will cost you, and that made me very cautious after that.
It's amazing what men will fall for. You men hear me in chat?
I got what I wanted, but it wasn't worth $500. I worked my ass off for that $500. Yeah, because my normal pay back in, let's see, I was 13, that'd be the 78, 79. I was making on a good week 80, $100.
Yeah.
So that was like Christmas to me. And matter of fact, it was close Christmas when I got it. I bought mom and daddy and everybody else stuff. The only thing I got me was that hat and a new pair of boots.
Well, my hat I got me tonight cost $20.
We were in Nashville 2 years ago, and that hat place over across from the Rock Roll Hard Rock Cafe. I put one on, and it was a nice looking hat. It was one of them short brim, looked like a cowboy hat kind of looking thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like a businessman's cowboy hat, a small brim.
Yes.
That looked good. Vicky's like, damn, that hat looks good on you. I pulled it around and flipped and looked inside it, the label on it, and the little price sticker was on it. That damn hat was $850. I must look like the Flash when I put it back on that mannequin head. Vicky said she seen me move so fast, didn't even see me put that hat on that head. Out the door I went.
Not Lori. Yep.
I found out later that's the hat place the musicians go to when they're in Nashville, so I see why they were so expensive.
Yeah. A fedora. Is that what it was?
I think so. It was a fedora, but it was a Western one. It was the way it was done, and he took it over there and he put something around my head, then put it on this thing and heated it up and drawed it up and did whatever.
Cleaned it. Yes. To shape it.
And it fit perfect. Hell, that was right after Mama died, and I had a little money. Then I could have got it. And Vicky goes, "You ought to treat yourself." And I'm like, that much is more than I spent on clothes in 10 years. I learned my lesson when I was a kid about them expensive hats.
Yeah, it gets old. My friend from Sweden, her father wanted a real pair of Western boots. And so when they came, we weren't sure exactly what he wanted. And so I told him to get on Cavender's online and see if they would ship to Sweden. And he got his Western boots, paid a fortune, especially to have them shipped to Sweden. But he was happy.
There used to be a place over in Shreveport. The guy had a place in his other. He was from El Paso, and his family came from over on the other side across the border. They were boot makers, and you go over and tell them what you wanted. They build a thing to fit your foot, and then they build your boots to fit you. And you got to pick out the tops, the sides, what kind of lacing. If you wanted gold in the lacing, if you wanted cockroach killers, you wanted them flat toes, if you wanted ropers, heels, wedge heels, spur heels.
Yep.
Everybody's feet are different. One's bigger than the other and all that. And they make a pair of boots that fit you. And it was like, they started out at probably $500. So
Yeah. I always wanted the Ariats, but can't afford them. So
I wanted to get that, and I looked at the pattern. They had this black diamondback rattlesnake that they made them out of, but then I found out the snake didn't last, so I was going to go with that rhino hide. Now when he put boots on, 'cause they hurt my back, make my back hurt bad wearing something that's not flat footed.
Yeah. Black Watch, I don't think Shane's been talking to you about you this whole time. Shane hadn't been talking very much.
It's kind of funny he hadn't got up here either.
Yeah.
Might
He's
be
cool.
I'm up here. It makes it kind of weird sometimes. I notice that you get a house full when I'm not here. When I'm here, nobody else comes. Maybe I'm a skunk.
That is not true, Chuck. Shane's been busy with
20x hats,
Well,
20x hats, and nothing else.
yeah. So is that the grade of the hat? Like the felt fancy hat
Not sure.
stuff? I don't either. Us poor people don't know, Shane.
Yeah, I got to wear fitted hats, so I don't wear a hat because a normal hat don't fit me right. If I open it up big enough to fit around, it looks like I'm wearing a half tall hat. And I can
Yeah.
find a cowboy hat, but not a baseball cap.
Well, I sent Tatum to get me a Western hat, and I don't know where she got it, and it was felt, but um, the sides weren't curved up. It just looked kind of funny. And I put it on, and it's about 2 inches too big. And I said, "Did you try this on?" And she said, "No, why?" And I said, "Put it on." Why
Like
would you buy a hat without trying it on?
it's kind of like putting a bucket on your head, huh?
Yeah. So she's got to take that back. She bought me a pair of boots for Christmas. They're about 2 inches too big. So she's got to ship them back.
Yeah, I upset Vicky real bad one year. I surprised her. I went and bought her a whole outfit of cowgirl stuff for Christmas and couple
Hey,
Western
David.
shirts, jeans, and everything was too big. And she's like, "Oh, now I got big feet and a fat ass." I'm like, "I didn't mean it, baby." Big as I am, everything I picked up, even a size 5, looked small to me. So
Well, size 5 is small. We have big feet.
yeah, she wears anywhere from a 3 to a 6 in shoes.
Oh my
And
goodness.
some of her pants she can't find. She wants boot cut and everything she finds. She says them peg legs and she don't like them.
Yeah.
But that pants range too. She's anything from a 0 to a 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I guess I could look to get a pair of your pants here at the house and try using it for sleeves and see how they fit. Say, she laughs at me when I go to the store. I'll pick up a pair of pants, look at them, see how long they are. I don't even pay attention to waist size, hold them up. Just grab the belt loops on the side, wrap them around the front of me. Yep, they'll fit, and throw them in the buggy. When we met, I only weighed like 190 pounds. I was working outside. I was all arms and chest. And I was wearing 32 waist pants, 36 length.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, 13. I wear a 16 or a 17 when I could find them.
Do you see what Shane said up there?
It's not me.
Yeah.
It's me.
Good night, Zoom.
What's he's still suffering recourse of all the tremors and stuff, or he just hadn't got up here?
I'm
All that horse shit over the last 2 weeks.
holy cow, Shane 15.
Yeah, you got big old feet. Like you probably wear my shoes. You probably look the same thing as me. Sometimes a 14 and a half will fit. Sometimes it takes a 17. Just depends on who makes it and what it is.
My boys wear about a 13. And I always called them boats. Get your boats out of my living room floor.
Yeah, my oldest boy, he's 5 or 6'2", about 300. But he wears a damn 13, but it's got to be like a triple E.
That's what Shane's saying. Triple E. That's a really wide foot, right?
And I got long, skinny feet.
Me too. High arches. It's hard to find shoes because it's got to have that arch support. My feet
They
are.
say that bad thing about them arch supports, they're bad for you because they make your arches lazy and it causes your feet to hurt more.
Oh no. If I
Wow.
wear
Both my arches are blown.
just flats, my feet cramp all night long.
Start doing that mustard every day. I showed Vicky that again today, and she said, "Okay, I'll try it." I ended up going in there and getting her a teaspoon of table mustard. She goes, "I'm not just going to stick that in my mouth," because they had her pulling pallets that were 2 foot or 3 foot above her head yesterday at work. All the other people, half her age, they keep them in one area not doing nothing, and had Vicky, little old Vicky, dragging a pallet around. Said she felt like she's trying to pull my truck around Walmart.
Oh my gosh.
And she was sitting there this morning. She got up and both her legs knotted up, cramped up, her thigh muscles and her calf muscles, and it looked like little fists pushing through her jogging pants she had on. She straightened her legs out and couldn't get off the couch. I had to help her up. Then she started crying, leaned over, getting mad at her. She's mad more that she did the shit than them telling her to do it. I
Dang
told
it.
her, they're going to end up letting you hurt yourself.
Hey RM. Good to see you again. Oh, that's what uh, Tatum was saying, something about boys aren't big anymore. And I said, it's kind of funny. I know quite a few really big men. And then I was telling her how tall you were, and Shane and Monty, and
Hell, my daughter's 5'11" and a half.
wow. Well, that's
And then my boys, one of them, he's damn near as tall as he's a 15-year-old. He's 5'7". Vicky's 5'1". My oldest boy is 6'2". The middle one is damn near catching up to me. He's probably 6'6". They're all three redheaded, and the youngest one, he's dark-headed like Vicky. They guess they get the redhead from my mom and Vicky's mom, because I was a towhead when I was little.
yeah. I only have one redhead out of the 6. They were all blonde and one redhead. My great grandmother on my mom's side had red hair, auburn,
Yeah.
not orange red, just
Vicky's got that hair, certain hair. When you look at it, it looks like I don't know what y'all call it, where it looks like you streak it different colors, like it'd be red and highlights and brown and black. Her hair is all them colors.
oh well.
And Andrew's like that too, but his is more so brown it looks black. My hair used to be blonde and then brownish when it get in the wintertime. Now looks dirty blonde, but it's enough brown blonde in there, but it's mostly gray. My old man had a full head of gray hair and white whiskers by the time he was like 16, 17.
Whoops. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. Put the link again if anybody else wants to come up and chat with us.
Shane come up and talk. We won't tell on him.
Tell on him. He was up there last night. Who are we gonna tell?
I don't know. We're just being stupid. I need me some tea. I'm out. I didn't make none. I don't guess nobody else did. And I'm sitting here thinking about it. When we get done, I'll make me my tea in the coffee pot so I can have it quicker.
There you go.
I don't like
Yes,
doing it that way 'cause it gets a bitter taste to it.
You use tea bags or leaves?
Tea bag.
Okay. I always use the leaves until I guess it was until my second husband. He wouldn't drink the leaves. He had to have the bags.
You know, you can put them in them little fob things and the leaves really won't come out of it.
No,
I'll
they
leave
never did.
I'll leave it sitting steep for a while anyway. So I use either Louisiana, Lipton, or Community.
Yes,
For the family size, make a gallon, and I leave it sit in the pot of hot water for anywhere from a half hour to an hour.
Yes, Camo, I heard that. I'll be careful. No strangers. Did y'all get a name with that person, or I didn't think Jeff let anybody up if he didn't know their name, or was it somebody using somebody else's name? I'm telling you, there's been more trouble with that.
Make them have a live picture anymore if you let them when they get in the back room, look at them.
Yeah,
If
I'm
you don't
okay doing that for the host, but once I go on panel, I don't want to do that, and it's only because of where my location is to do my lives.
they do it on my live, I'm gonna report them and block them, and I'm gonna get them for porn or whatever they're doing, so they'll be the ones that go down.
It was traumatizing. I'm sure it was. I had a nephew that this is why you never get drunk either, especially with a bunch of idiots. He got drunk, and I opened up my Facebook, and there was a picture that I absolutely did not want to see on his page. Hi, Shane.
What's happening, Puddin'?
Well, I was just thinking about putting it somewhere, but I just didn't know where I was going to put it.
You about like me, you full of shit's a Christmas turkey, ain't you?
Yes, sir. At times.
So you know the joy of hunting shoes like me, huh?
Oh my God, it's a friggin' nightmare. I've had to go 250 miles from the house to buy a shoe. I went to Liberal, Kansas, and I went in. I said, "Here's the shoe I need. Here's the one I want," which the pair I had before lasted me 3 years, and I wore them everywhere. So I went into this place called Brown Shoe Store or whatever. Anyway, it's been there forever. And I told them, here's what I want. They're Fleischmann's, they're European made, and they're flat slip ons, no ties, no nothing. They said, those are expensive. I said, how much? They said, $110. I said, order them.
This kind of stuff.
Yes, almost damn near identical.
I get mine offline. I buy them off eBay. Last ones I bought were like $300.
Yeah, so I went there, and they're two-tone, the ones I wanted. And they said, well, they don't make this one. I said, which ones they still make? So they showed me. I said, okay, order them. So this was a year and 8 months ago, and they're still not in.
Oh my goodness.
So I went back in there. I bought me some, let me see, I'm wearing the right now. Gulakai. I walked in there because my shoes were just shot. And I said, all right. And these are the ones you can wear like Crocs where you can pull the heel up. So I like that. They're like slippers, but yet they're also shoes.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, how much? They said $113. I said, okay. So I took them. I had to have them. I went on. Not a big deal. So I called them just a week ago and I said, hey, this is so-and-so. And they said, oh, yeah. We got an order for you. And I said, yeah. 2 years later, still waiting.
Huh.
And I said, yeah, they should be on their way. I said, yeah. So is your check in the mail. It's just ridiculous to find shoes. It's just stupid.
Yeah, them ones that you ordered, they're probably in California. Some dopehead probably found them in one of them box cars.
Thank
I
you,
don't know
Mr.
where the hell.
President.
I don't know where the hell they are, but I know that they're
Night
it's just
Joseph.
crazy.
Yeah, let me tell you the name of these if I can see the damn shit. I got another pair over here on the floor. These were my good ones. My other ones I wear were another pair sort of like this, but they were brushed leather. They look like the old hippie head shoes. Remember, used to have in the 70s and the 80s that were light colored or that kind of leather.
Yeah, almost like the penny loafers that come out in the late 80s.
Yeah.
I hated those.
I didn't like the penny loafers, but I liked the ones before that, and then after penny loafers went away.
These are made in Brazil. I'm trying to see the damn name. Paulo Cesta or something like that. I can't say them damn names.
All I ever had was Western boots and tennis shoes.
I got a nice pair of ropers with the damn fence kickers on them in there. Damn things hurt my feet.
I cannot wear pull-on boots because the size of my feet looks like I'm wearing upside-down umbrellas on my calves. So I wear lace-ups. Justin Ropers, but in a 15 Triple E, they have to be special ordered anymore.
These are them other ones I'm talking about. Those are my favorite ones, and I just had to put them back on. I got them wet, and now they feel like they're made out of cardboard.
Yeah,
Sorry, Watch. No, she had to go to bed. I'm sorry.
It's about time for me to order a couple more pair. I try to order them, figuring I'm gonna break these. These will start tearing up the next 6 months, so I better have something else to put on.
I went to a Stephane Bossi which is another European brand.
Yeah.
And their size, I don't know, it's kind of a screwed up looking size, but the American version says it's a 14 triple E, but anything else I have to go 15, so I don't know. But anyway, this says it's a 14 Z or something. I don't know what the hell it means. But anyway, I went to a Stephane Bossy, and it's a bitch to get on. I want to tell you what, there's some of the most, and they're the really rich looking shoes. They got
Yeah.
a tie, but you ain't never going to untie or tie it. They look like something you should wear if you worked in the White House. And they're just really comfortable. They got the rubber non-slip grip on the bottom. So, I mean, they feel like running shoes, but just such a bitch to get them on because they're just that form fitting. And I bought them right out the box, and they were that form fitting from day one. They were just
Like they're made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely. And they even send you a shoehorn so you can get them on. And trust me, it takes it to get them on. But once your foot's in them, oh my God, the most comfortable shoes I've ever worn in my life.
Yeah, my damn ropers in there. I got boot hooks and a boot jack to get them on and off with, and they're still a pain in the ass. And by the time I get them on, that arch, I guess you call it, between your shin and your top of your foot, right there at your ankle joint at the top, right there. By the time I get them on, that hurts so bad, I feel like somebody scrubbed it with a damn piece of cedar.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I get them on, I want them off.
Big boy problems.
Yeah, 'cause it feels like it's breaking your foot in half to get it to go around that boot. Shane knows what I'm talking about.
Not a bit.
Feel like you're trying to fold the top part of your arch in half to get them in there.
Yeah, I don't like fighting any of that crap to get my foot in a pair of footwear. I'm sorry.
And if you're using them boot hooks to pull them on, once you hit a certain point, you got to shove it on to pull it off, because otherwise the boot jack won't grab it to pull it off.
No, and I pretty much went to all just slip-ons. For one, I'm getting old and lazy and don't like to tie my damn shoe, and
Yeah,
there ain't no damn sense in it. Just slip your foot in it, and every once in a while you might have to flip the heel up just to hold it on you. But other than that, I don't want to be down there tying my damn shoe, because then you got to tie it every 30 minutes that you're walking around.
Yeah. I don't get I have
first-
shoes.
The first
Mine
pair
have
I got of
zippers.
these, a guy I know bought I don't remember if it was a Mercedes or what it was, but they come in the car and they sent him the wrong size, and he found out that I wore big shoes, and he had a pair of 16. And he bought him the car he bought it new. They ended up sending him a new pair and told him to keep them, so he gave them to me. And they're European driving shoes is what they call them. That's ones you were talking about, the ones that just slip on, look like slippers.
Yep.
And said all them guys over there driving, they leave them in their car. When they get in the car, they take their street shoes off, put them on. And
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, one of my friends, that's all she wears is Crocs. Summer,
did-
winter.
I did
Doing
until I
the winners.
slipped on concrete on somebody's porch or something. It was that smooth concrete. It was like I stepped in grease. That's what it felt like.
Yes.
I busted my ass, did the splits.
That's when I quit wearing flip flops. Those are the slickest things on wet cement.
Vicky laughed and then felt bad for me. She said she didn't know I could do the splits that far. And then she said the way I recovered and moved around said I looked like Michael Jackson. I said it wasn't funny. She goes, if we'd have videoed, you'd laugh later. I said, no, it inside of my thighs felt like somebody wrapped my feet around my head.
I've done that. I know that feeling. It's not funny, but it's funny.
Yeah, I went home barefooted. I ended up walking across that in socks, and I threw them Crocs out in the street.
Never wore a pair of Crocs.
They're
Everybody I know wears them and loves them, but never tried them. Some of the people that work in restaurants, that's all they'll wear. Most of your chefs wear Crocs
Yes,
because
and
they're
nurses.
supposed to be. What's that, Bonnie?
And nurses.
Yes, yes.
They're
Nurses.
comfortable as hell, but once them titties wear off of them little traction things on there, it don't matter. You could step for some. You could step for somebody's spit, and it's like you stepped in a pile of grease, and just whoop, that foot will come out from under you.
Well, I had my slippers on one day when I first poured my concrete in between my two buildings,
Yeah,
and it had been raining. Well, it was still raining, but I put a roof over it, but I hadn't had the metal put on it yet. Just had all the structure up. And I jumped off my porch to stay out of the mud. And I had told the people that poured my concrete, which is, a friend of mine. And he was actually married to my mom at one time too. But anyway, we had worked for 20 some years together. Anyway, I said, no, I want it slick as shit. Well, he did. And water hit it. And I jumped off my porch over into under there so I didn't get wet. I guarantee I bruised a rib right below my shoulder blade with my left foot behind me.
yeah.
My leg should have been broke.
You
but
like
it
he
wasn't.
did a Michael
And-
Jackson.
Oh, I did a Michael Jackson with some contortion of shit because my
He
leg
looked
is
like a
never been
pretzel.
that way. Yeah, it is. Never done that. And I got up and got away from it and stood up and thought, because the first thing you know, your adrenaline kicks in. You jump up to see what's hurt. So I jumped up to see what was hurt, and it was like nothing. The next day, I woke up and I had a bruise on my back right below my shoulder blade. My knee was a little like it was stretched. My ankle was twisted a little bit, and I'm thinking, how in the hell did my foot go that far back up on my back and I didn't break my damn leg?
The
It was
tendons,
just
the
crazy.
tendons took it all.
You're more limber than you think you are.
No, I guess I was that, and I was probably had more to drink than I thought I had.
All them
Well,
yoga
that
classes.
helps.
All them yoga classes paid off, huh?
Yeah, yoga. That's what I do. Last time I did anything that had anything to do with yoga was some yogurt.
Mhm. Yeah, I told my boys, I said, I'm getting old enough my doctor told me I need to take yoga. And I'm like, yeah, my big ass doing yoga. I told them boys, I said, wouldn't it be funny if I started hollering for y'all to come in here and I'm doing yoga and got my legs stuck in the back of my head?
Yeah, or your ass stuck up in the air is like, what is that called? That's called the
Crouching
dog
something.
down and cat up or some shit like that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of. I'm sure yoga is good for it, and they say it's all because of the breathing and the
Meditation part.
it's the exercise and all that. But I'm just not. I don't have to make a lot of silly moves to do some breathing exercises. I didn't think, but maybe I do.
Yeah, all I got to do is I'm trying to make it to the store and there's 10 minutes left. I get all the exercise I need.
Well, and it's not so much well, I guess it kind of is. I don't know. I always fell asleep when they tell you to relax and shut your eyes. That's it. I'm gone.
That ain't yoga. That's called meditation.
Maybe.
My middle son told his girlfriend, said if he took yoga, he said he'd get good enough at it, he can just get rid of her.
Yes,
Blackwell.
Black Watch. That's probably what it means. Mercury rising.
Yeah, I told my son Cody, because he's the one that's almost tall as me, or if he ain't already, that I said big folks just don't look right doing all that stuff.
No, they don't. Because you want to do the doggy down or cat up or whatever the hell they call it. It's like, yeah, all right, we could do your hands are on the floor, your feet are on the floor, and your ass is way up in the air, and you got this triangle looking thing going on. Hell, our ass is trying to rub knuckles with the freaking light bulb. That is not sexy. I'm sorry.
No. My one of my cousins or my uncle told me about my grandpa. He was Tennessee. He's hillbilly, born and bred, half Cherokee Indian. He was a carpenter, construction, built houses and all that. Said he could get up on the roof. He'd climb up, turn around off the ladder, sit on the roof with a square of shingles. And get this, he was 5'3", maybe $120 soaking wet. Carry a square up the shingles up the ladder by himself. Turn around, sit down on the roof, spin around, lean forward with the shingles on. Said he could stand up from sitting with his legs flat on the roof. He'd squat, turn around his legs, and stand straight up without his hand ever touching the roof. And Dad said that he remembers as a kid telling them kids they need to exercise, and he said that my grandpa, as an old man, in his bib overalls, could put both his legs over his head.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm talking.
I'll tell you, a square of shingles is 3 bundle.
Yeah.
And I want to tell you, that's 180 pounds by itself.
Yep, I used to tote him, but I can't see somebody that small doing it. They said he was a wiry, stout sucker.
I can tell you stories about an old man around here that used to do the same damn thing. And I was actually married to his daughter. That was my first wife. He's an old oil field guy. He could do anything. He could, back then they could do anything.
Yep.
And they knew how to do it. Around here, you have to do everything because you can't make a living at just one thing. You'd starve to death. So he was oil field. When oil field was down, he had built buildings and houses. Well, he built his own and houses. He built his own bar, 3 different bars, all in the same area. That's just how it worked.
Yeah, that's where my papa was. He was a farmer. He could build houses from A to Z. And when he couldn't get the construction, when the weather wasn't permitting, he'd do cabinets and pie safes and stuff like that.
There you go.
Okay,
Black
here we go. Black Watch. Okay, because this is the person I've been curious to find out. All right, Black Watch, show your face. I think I know who you are, but I cannot promise that's who you are. All right, that's not the face I'm used to.
Yeah, kind of pale.
That ain't happening.
What's up?
That ain't happening.
Okay, not the person I was thinking. I'm going to tell you by the voice. All right. So maybe I've got this wrong. I have to think about this a minute.
I wish my imagination wasn't so good because when y'all describe those things, that picture just goes right out there.
Yeah, my
So
grandpa,
Black
sometimes
Watch.
I remember him. Dad said he'd get a hold of you with his little hands. He goes, them little hands is like somebody grabbed you with vice grips.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He said he'd grab hold of the top of your head and pinch a knot on the top of your head.
Well, let me change subject a minute. Black Watch.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You seem to remember me pretty good. How can you help me remember you? Because you say I know who you are, but I'm having a hard time, and I apologize. I'm not trying to be rude.
Oh, go ahead. Everybody else is with me.
Oh no. I'm not that way, man. I don't beat people up. I don't judge. I damn sure don't hold grudges. So how do I know you? Or how do you know me? Or vice versa.
I don't know.
Just give me an instant. You don't have to tell anything that everybody's going to know, but give me an instant so I can trigger my mind.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what to say. I don't know.
Well, you said the last time you was on here, you know who I am, Shane. And I'm thinking, if I did, I wouldn't still be asking questions.
As I recall, I said, this is me. That's all I said, I think.
Okay. Maybe that's fair enough. That's true.
I've got
That's
one
fair.
thing I got one thing in my life I have to be serious about.
Okay.
That causes me not to be serious about anything else, if you know what I mean.
Fully understand.
More or less.
I can understand that too.
Yes.
Did you say you were from Michigan?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
No, I'm from Oklahoma.
Oh, that's right. Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
My bad.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
No, that's the way we put my mistake. Ken would know. Too long to try to explain that. Do I have to sign in to StreamYard?
Are you on a phone or a laptop?
My 1, 2, 3. Not my 1, 2, 3. My second youngest granddaughter said to me, "What is that on your desk?"
They couldn't pick a better time to start in life. It ain't too early and it ain't too late. Starting as a farmer with a brand new wife. Soon be living in a brand new state. Brand new state. Gonna teach you great. Gonna give you barley, carrots, potatoes.
Was
You know
that
what that
you,
is?
Chuck?
Yeah, you know what that is?
Yeah.
That's the Oklahoma song.
Well, that was from the 1940s.
Yeah. Rogers and Hammerstein or whatever.
Yep. That was the 40s or 50s, wasn't it?
I don't know. It was on YouTube.
Yeah, that's an oldie. That's when radio was invented in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Can I do a shout out?
Yes.
There's BH Ringer down east. You can't disappoint me, brother. Just get on the men real fast. One of my buddies. He's a little bit down and out.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He's on the mend. We just share a few things, you know. Other than that, that's
Is that
all.
the RM that was in here?
Longer than I have, much longer. He just doesn't say much.
Oh, okay.
He's a good guy. He's real good. Really good guy. Nova Scotia.
Oh, Camo, I don't think he sounds like 300 Warriors.
I could,
Whoops.
Where'd he go?
Maybe.
That
I don't know.
does make
happened?
it suspicious.
Yeah, it does.
Well, either way, I haven't seen 300 around in a long time.
I know.
And he was actually pretty cool to talk to.
That's what I was going to say.
We enjoyed the hell out of him over on LWN because he was always pleasant to talk to.
I don't know anybody that had a problem with him.
I don't either.
I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah, he was here in Texas. I ain't heard nothing. He ain't had a show up in a while either, I don't think.
Yeah. The last I heard of him, he was moving, but I thought it was still going to be in Texas.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounded familiar, like I said, and I always said he did. And he said he knew who I was. So it really blew my mind when I couldn't figure out who it was.
Yeah. I don't know.
So
I don't know. You men are supposed to protect me.
do what?
Protect my channel.
I don't know what happened to him, but
Camo, you really surprised me that you wear Crocs. I never would have pictured that. And Anna Marie, I totally agree with you on those and the boots. And what Camo was telling you earlier, I truly believe. Oh, he's coming back up again.
okay.
He's not connected yet.
All right.
So I don't know what he's on, that he's having problems with connection or.
It may be the internet because I've had some issues the last 2 weeks. It's just been on again, off again. It's just been stupid. Depending on where he's at, he could be having some hellacious problems.
Yep. Because my phone it's been kind of crazy. But my girls keep stealing my chargers.
I was watching a movie today on my computer, and all of a sudden it popped up a blue screen and said, "Attention, your network has been," and it had a whole list of stuff, but then the whole damn thing just shut down and rebooted my computer. And I wasn't even watching porn or nothing like that. I was just watching it was a B-rated movie that they offer on YouTube.
Huh.
And it just, because I had to have a little peace to myself, and it was a low budget movie. It wasn't the greatest, but
I know. I'm such a nag.
Huh?
I know. I'm such a nag.
You are.
God. Okay.
What? You said it. I just agreed with you.
If you're going to say something, be proud of it. Like me being an asshole, I'm proud of it.
That's right.
Okay. I see 27. Who says I'm a nag? I'm going to get a vote.
You don't need to support. They don't hear you calling me all the time. No, I'm just teasing. No, I was just watching that show, and all of a sudden my computer went to crap on me, shut down, turned around, and rebooted itself. And I thought, well, when it comes back on, I'll go look to see what the problem was. I couldn't see a thing that went wrong. I have no clue what happened.
It may have been Windows updating itself, and some of that stuff they say that it'll do is involuntary. So
No, if it just goes black, I understand that. But this had a big blue screen that popped up, and it was like 2 to 3 seconds that it showed all the things that it was going to do.
Victor,
So I don't know if I got hacked or what happened, but it just shut down
like a blue
because
screen.
I've got protection for that. So I guess my computer realized it got hacked and restarted itself. I don't know what the hell happened because I was fixing to unplug my Wi-Fi and everything because I was like, I don't know what the hell happened.
Christopher Sander.
Mine did that yesterday, and I had Fallout 76 on, and I ended up Control Alt Delete and hit down in the corner of that where it says to shut down.
It didn't even give me that option. It was not even up that long. I mean, it was up long enough to know I could read about 5, maybe 6 words. The whole computer just disassembled.
Victor.
Hey, Vic, I see you, man. I see you, brother.
You know,
Hey, Victor.
honey, sweetheart, you know how you're always saying be careful what you wish for?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe it kind of goes the other way also.
Oh, you mean back at me?
I could just start calling every day and we'll just see what happens.
Well, Bonnie, what would be the difference?
The difference in what?
I'm gonna back out. I'll let y'all handle it. It's getting deep.
We'll have our love spat. You can come back in, Chuck. We'll be done. I got to give you shit, Bonnie. Got to.
I know you do, hon.
I love you. Got
Love
to
you
give
too.
you shit.
Camel Carl, am I a nag?
You can't ask him unless you're calling him every day.
I think
That's
Camo
not
knows me
fair.
pretty well.
That's not fair to ask people on the internet. You got to ask people you call every day.
Camo sees me all over the place on panels and everything.
No, wait a minute. No, that's not fair. Seeing you everywhere is not fair.
Never nagged him.
Never nag me. Victor, let me see, buddy.
Love you too.
Careful what you, careful what you wish for, Vic.
You know the good thing about you saying that, you got her talking. At least that's the most I've heard her say in a while.
Hey, you know what's funny is everybody loves to hear her talk, but she never does.
I think I talked quite a bit last night, and
You did.
then I felt bad because everybody was passing tissues.
Well, no. And that's the beauty of it is you talked, people listened because the whole chat was crying. That means they were listening. When I talk, no one listens. They talk about other shit in the chat. They don't cry. They don't break out tissues. When you talk, everybody shuts the hell up and listens. You're like E.F. Hutton.
Wish I had that money.
Yeah, that ain't no shit. I wish you did too. I'd let you call more often.
I might even get a visit.
If you had that money, you wouldn't be a nag then.
Yeah, hell no. I'd tell you to fly on up here and take care of me because I need some taking care of. I just put out a deal today. I just put out the word today that I need somebody to come do some cooking and cleaning and house care around here. So I'm going to hire somebody to do that.
Shane Phelps,
What?
number 1.
What?
I'm from Texas. Number 2, The man comes to me. Number 3, I'm not going to be no maid.
I didn't say a maid. I'm going to pay them. That means you're a servant. That's why I didn't
You're
ask you to
paying
come do it.
someone- You're
Is this
paying
working
someone
now?
to be your maid.
Do what, Black?
Is this working now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
No, I did the Windows updates earlier. I hit the wrong damn button. This is different than Zoom. You can close the chat now. Anyway, I got it.
Now you're back. It's good to hear you.
Now I know what it is. I tried to close the chat login thing, which you can do in Zoom and still maintain the panel. Not here. I hit the wrong button.
Understood. We've all done that.
We don't lose internet here. I've never lost it. Not for me, which I guess is good. I don't know.
That's okay. Shane a minute ago was hitting the wrong button too.
What one was that? Unmute?
No, that's the one with Bonnie.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
I told her she'd come up here and help me. Good. She said Shane a maid. I thought, well, shit. I ain't wanting a maid, but I'd pay for everything. She'd come up here and at least snuggle or something, and then do all the other stuff while she's here. So I guess I understand her thoughts. Yeah, Victor, exactly. A maid with benefits.
Apparently, on the technical, whatever you say, wonder.
Technically,
I don't have a cell phone. I don't have any need for one. Which my grandchildren can't understand. How I live. Anyway. They all have cell phones. Every last.
Yeah, they make it real easy for everybody to have one because that way it's real easy to track everybody.
You can turn that off.
You can think about that.
You can turn it off, Shane. You can turn that off.
Here's the thing. You can turn off the tracking device, but them people that built that phone are smarter than we are when it comes to their technology. You can never turn off their tracking.
Not 100%. You can't. You lose service if you do.
Bingo.
It only shows the reason.
If they want to find you, they can find you. That's just period. And if you ever want to get away because someone's chasing you, throw the damn cell phone in the trash or on a car that's going the opposite way. And I guarantee they'll never find you. Hide it in someone's trunk that's going the opposite way, 4,000 miles away from you. I guarantee they won't find you. The problem is everybody keeps it in their back pocket because they think they may have to contact somebody. The problem is they're going to contact somebody, all right, just not the people they want to. They might occasionally get a hold of somebody they want to, but that's just telling everybody else where you're at, who they're contacting so they can go to next to find out where they're going. If you truly want to hide, you get rid of the damn cell phone. You borrow a phone here and there from somebody. So the most important calls you need them on a list. And if you can't memorize them, you need them written down. Typed down is what I'd suggest because written down can fade away with moisture. If they're typed into the paper, they usually last longer, like a printed paper. That way, if you ever have to call somebody and you have to get rid of your phone, you have a printed person you want to call, which is your most important contact. You can call them from a different number from somebody else's phone, and you can get a hold of them. A lot of
Mine
people
better
don't
be
answer, but
first.
you can leave a message and say, "Hey, I'm headed here." And that's the biggest, dumbest thing people can do is keep the damn cell phone on them. That's the first thing they track when they go to track people is your cell phone because it goes with you everywhere you go.
It's not that I have issues with privacy. I just choose not to have one. This push button thing works just fine. Landline.
Oh, absolutely. In some areas, it does. But here, they've pretty much got rid of all that. There is no landlines around here anymore. And it's the panhandle of Oklahoma. We're the
We still
last ones to get technology.
I don't know about that.
We still have landlines.
Yeah, we still. A lot of people, primarily for 911, a lot of people think that these phones do not run on electricity. Of course they do. They also think 911 is on a shared line with everything else. Of course it's not.
No, it's on a 60 hertz system, which is based off of a landline.
Yeah.
Yes. Here in Oklahoma, you can find some landlines that's still attached. Most don't have it, but your main people do. And the 911 line is on a 60 hertz. Is that right? 60 hertz? Maybe
Yeah.
I'm saying that.
60,
It's 60 something.
it's 60 hertz here. It's 50 in the UK.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
They're 220 volt. We're running 110.
Correct. No, you're 100% right.
I used to be a lineman, and I've gotten lit up digging holes trying to get wires into a pedestal. Lean the wrong way, sweaty, and touch a half a dozen of them wires inside of a pedestal. It'll light your ass up.
Well,
I watched a guy get blowed off a ladder in a house. He was hooking up some fiber optics and cut into a landline on accident that was actually being used at the time. He was on an aluminum ladder. It didn't hurt him, but he got blowed off the damn ladder at 60 hertz. I mean, it was just.
Yeah,
Damn.
if he'd happened to been there when that phone call was coming through, it'd have been like 220 got a hold of him.
Well, he says he probably wouldn't be cutting into any more landlines because he's trying to get rid of them because he's putting in all the fiber optics and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was back when the old our cable company was putting in. So our cable company, you know, also had the landlines and the phone and the TV and had all that shit. So yeah.
well,
Anyway,
When I touch
Go
that
ahead.
inside that bot ped with my sweaty shoulder, I learned from. I never touched it again with my shoulder.
I could give you some stories about me and the ISP techs in this building. It's difficult to talk to them when you know more than they do, and I say that with humility, far more than what they know. But
Hell, it's sad. The last time Comcast was out here, I had to tell them what I thought the deal was, and it was it. But I used to work for them and Ma Bell.
is it Ma Bell down there? You mean Bell Atlantic?
Bell South and Ma Bell was up north. I just called
yeah,
it.
it was
Southern Bell.
Southern Bell was here forever, and then AT&T bought that out, and then
Or was it Southwestern?
Southwestern. Yeah,
Yes.
that's right, Bonnie. Southwestern.
It's Bell
Southwest
Canada here.
Bell.
It's Bell Canada here. It's one of the three monopoly pieces. They say they're not a monopoly. They are. Rogers, Bell, and Telus.
Yeah, and most of them's owned by AT&T now. because AT&T bought out Southwestern Bell.
That's down here. They cannot buy anybody out up here. That's a long story.
Well, I
Yeah.
thought they bought out the hub, so that means they pretty much own it. They didn't change the name in Canada, but they bought out the hub, which is in the United States. Isn't that correct?
They can't do that. The CRTC would not allow that, nor the Canadian government. Anyway,
Okay. Well, hey, no, I'm not arguing with you. You may be 100% right. I was just asking.
You
No.
must be high up.
what happened here is Rogers, when the internet came in, there was Ted Rogers. I remember when he started. He's long gone. He's built the biggest empire going. His sons have it now. But when the internet came in, they started to control it, rule it. The CRTC said, no, you cannot do that. They said, you don't control the internet, we do, which was true. They had to go to Parliament and get the laws changed. So the CRTC had control. Again. You want to hear a story about one tech? It was funny, in a way. I'm sitting on the sofa, and you see the it's a router, it's a modem and router together, and the WAN light came on. So I called them up and I said, I want a guy to come out. I want another one. So he came in and I'm waiting. Go out in the truck and get another one. He says, no, I'm going to fix this one. I says, not on my dime, buddy. Get your ass out to the truck and get another one. Long story short, in time, the next day the phone was screaming. He went down and fixed it, whatever he did. So I'm sitting in the chair here while he's to my left doing his thing. So I opened Firefox. Now, one time, Shane, all you needed was your account number and I think a password or something. But they added a tech ID, which is really an employee ID. So it opened up. And he's looking at it. He slid his ass against mine, knocked me out of the chair. I stood behind him and I was livid. I was going to hit him. So he says, it's a B1 number. Everything starts B1, He says, what's your number? And I says, I can't say what I said.
I'm going to give it to your ass.
I told Bonnie, I got a photographic memory. I can't forget things, but it's B1 028. I know what it is. So I said, you go look it up. He says, you got a bill? I said, I got 50 bills in the drawer. So what? He had to use his cell phone to call, which I copied off his employee number. So now I don't need them. But I phoned up and I says, you send that guy again because it's got his number. And I says, the cops, when they come, I'm going to say he tripped on his way to the hospital. But there's funnier ones, but that was the most, I almost hit him. I was going to clock him so hard, but,
I bet you Canadians were real calm and collected.
We've got Hell's Angels, Satan's Choice, Vagabonds. We got all that, you have, but not like that, Bonnie, not like that.
Canada has risen.
No, we're very polite, laid back. We only hit them once. That's all it takes. But anyway,
they politely knock the shit out of you, and you pay attention, or you don't get up. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
No,
That's right.
But their techs do not get paid well. They do not. But long story short, I was going to try to get a hold of Australia, and long distance, it's just too much. So I phoned up. I said, I got tech, and I said, second level. And I said to him, I don't want to go through sales. I don't want to buy. I says, I want to inquire about VoIP. So he says to me, we don't support applications on your machine. I said, what? we don't support applications on your machine. I said, did you hear me? VoIP. Do you have it? I know darn well they don't. It would cost them an arm millions a month from phone bills. It's a long story. I called a guy back and I got senior. They don't have it. That you know what VoIP is, I guess, down there.
No.
Hey, Lisa.
Voice over internet protocol.
Oh, yes.
You're talking, your phones are running through where your internet goes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I got the senior and I says, I hung up after 15 minutes, my jaw dropped. And I said to the senior, do you have VoIP? No, we don't carry it. I says, do your juniors know what it is? Do they have any idea? They thought you loaded VoIP to Windows or Mac. It's incredible. And these guys probably got more than what, I stepped down on the job, They're probably getting 60, 70,000 a year.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's most of them are amusing, but that guy, I almost killed him. Oh God.
Well, yeah, knocking you out of your chair, that was a little uncalled for.
Well, it's like a bum butt, you know what I mean? Sliding. But
That one went over so well with me. If it had been me, he pushed me out or tried to push me out of my chair, and I'd have fed him his asshole.
well, I didn't go down, but there's cement floors in here, apartment buildings, right? And I could tell you stories about this apartment building. Oh Lord. I've never lived only a few months, but otherwise I lived in houses, bought houses. But it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I won't bore you with the technical things, but it's the phone started to scream. So I said to my son-in-law, get me a VTech and whatever, $500, $600, $800 for the two. So I used them, was still screaming. So I said, take them back. So I got this property manager, she's in her 50s. She's got a 16-year-old no husband. And she wears the wig. And she's handling 2 university buildings now, the kids. But, I phoned up head office and complained. And they're mostly women. It's a Calgary Capray holding. The woman said to me, I'm talking about the wires, the copper. She says, is that included in your rent? I said, excuse me. Is that included in your rent? I said, the wires in the wall, are they included in my rent? She said, yeah. I said, goodbye. So I phoned the property manager and I explained it to her. She says, those VTech phones are no good. Go and buy a Bell phone. I said, what? Go and buy a Bell phone. I said, the one's made by Sagemont with a Bell sticker on it. I said, woman, where have you been? Bell has never manufactured their hardware. Never. But it's hilarious. I'm sorry I have to be here. But the story, they just go on. A parting one. The X is there, the people are there. I had to do this online, whatever. I'm signing the lease. So, it gets signed and she's sitting at the window and she puts her hands on the desk and she looks at me and she says, and if you run, we're going to catch you. This is we're talking about rent? Yes. Okay. So I looked at her and I says, do you know the Mount Pleasant Cemetery in Toronto, the original? Of course, prime ministers, everybody's buried there. I said, my parents are there, double plot. My grandparents are there, double plot. I said, you're aware of the hospital here, the Metropolitan? Yes. I said, good bloody luck, because that's where I'm going to be. I said, you can't intimidate me. If Hell's Angels and Vagabonds, you follow where I'm coming from? She's amazing. I'm going to catch you. Anyway, it's been an experience being here. It's just incredible. She's
It's,
gone. She's gone. Oh well, I've talked enough, but it's you know these kids you phone up, banks, everybody you phone up with IT, you know, which is really electronic data processing. They're going to tell you how things work. You know, okay, I don't know anything. I could go on for an hour, Bonnie. That this has been. I'm right next to the Detroit River, to Michigan, and we used to go to Michigan when we drag race, and we have stuff shipped from California, race parts for the drag cars, and then we had somebody there that worked the customs thing, you know, the border. My dad worked for the Canadian Customs and Excise, the bonded trucks, you know, the trailers.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't want to be here. We just drove right through, and here I am. Long story short, you know. But anyway,
Wow.
I hope it amused you. Some of the oh god, they're you know.
Yes, we enjoyed talking to you, Blackwatch.
No, I enjoy the information because I just tell, you know, it just confirms everything that's going on. This world needs an enema.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss, and most people are in Disneyland.
Yep, this world needs an enema.
And they're ignorant, and they'll fight you and to defend their ignorance. Really, it's
Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely.
It's kind of like a dog that bites the hand that feeds it. Basically, you're trying to help them and protect them, and they're screaming and talking down to you.
Yep. It's sad.
Never seen so many people on a daily basis that they sooner or later I can see that they're going to end up with dentures.
yeah, it's
We all are.
What's that? I mean, somebody's going to knock their teeth out the way they act towards people.
Oh,
Well,
hey, Chief Dental.
I was going to say, hell, I got them beat. They can knock all the teeth they want out of me because mine are all gone. Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
mine are messed up from 8 years of the propane program they got around here. It destroyed my teeth.
Me face planting into some concrete got rid of all of my upper teeth in the front. Broke my damn nose, everything.
Is that when
That'll
you,
learn.
is that when
That'll
you
learn me.
episode 6-8 months ago?
Yep. Yep, that's exactly right.
I remember the first time you come back on cam after that, it looked like you got popped a couple times from Tyson.
Yep. Went to the sink and they was all loose, and I just started pulling them out, throwing them in the trash. I mean, what can you do? They're going to come out anyway, and never did have any pain.
Each one of them you did that to probably saved you $180.
Yes.
Every bit of that.
Mine,
Victor, there you go, Bonnie. Shane can't bite you. I still got my bottom teeth. I just ain't got my uppers. I'll gum the hell out of you, though, Bonnie.
mine from that damn pain pills. What do you call them? It made them brittle, or did something to the enamel. A doctor said, and he said it'll do it.
The hydrocodone.
Yeah, the oxycodone and hydrocodone, and it destroyed the enamel. Most of mine break off even with the gum line.
They only
Yeah.
put me on pain pills one time, and after 2 days, I was like, "That's it. I'll deal with the pain. I don't like these. They made me worse."
Yeah, my joints
yeah.
are bad from them. I was on them once too for 8 or 9 years.
Whoa.
In 1995, I got in a car wreck and damn near died. Lost 7 pints of blood. And they give me Well, you'll see on my head, when you see me on the screen, that I've got some creases up my forehead and up my chin and above one of my eyes and all over my right side of my body. Damn near died. And I was the only one that got out the car. And I had a broken clavicle, 3 ribs in the front, 4 ribs in the back, broke my tailbone, my hip, the ball and socket on my hip joint on the left side, and was everything on the left was broke, everything on the right was cut up. And I hobbled over to the phone, picked up the phone, went to dial 911. They said hello, and I had to sit down because I was out. I was just wore out.
My goodness.
So I sat down, and everybody come out the stores holding shit on me, and ambulance showed up, picked up the other 3, and they're saying, "Hey, there's one over here," because it's right in front of a convenience store, and so they unloaded half of them, got me in there, and got me up there, and head injuries and all that shit. And then my mom, she swore up and down I should have sued them because they sent me home the same night with head injuries, 300 and some stitches and staples in my friggin' head.
Would you get
It's
T-boned
such a
on the driver's side or something?
We was going down the road in a drunk, turned right in front of us into the quick stop, and we hit him right in the side, and we was in a 1987 Ford Festiva, and this is 1995, at 5:15 on July 5th. There's a lot of damn fives in there.
Thing like a damn Volkswagen Rabbit, ain't it?
Oh, yeah, it was. And I had a 240-pound man sitting behind me, and when we hit, he hit me, and it broke my seat and busted my left hip. No one knew that. I found that out a week later when I've been over to kiss my girlfriend when I was going to go to bed, and been over to kiss her and hit the damn floor. So I went to the doctor the next day, and they said, "Yeah, you ain't got no socket in the back of your hip on the ball and joint."
Yeah.
I went through a lot of that, and they give me what I was trying to get to is they give me hydrocodone, and I took it that night, and the next day I didn't have any pain. Well, some of the people that hung around with my mother-in-law, which was going to be my mother-in-law, I should say, offered me $90 a pill for it, and I had 100 pills. I ain't got a job. Just lost my job. They fired me because I couldn't go to work because I was kind of screwed up. Thinking that's a lot of damn money. Plus, I got a lawsuit going. This will get me through till then. So I just sold them the damn pills. I didn't need them. So that's what I did. Yeah, that was illegal on my part, but I mean, I ain't got nothing to shame about that. That was, like I said, 1995.
Yeah.
Shane, have you ever noticed the split seconds before a car crash, everything slows down?
It did, because when I'm going to tell you something. This is going to floor your mind. I was talking to the couple in the back seat, and something told me to turn around and look. Was doing 20 miles an hour because we was in town. It was in Woodward, Oklahoma. And I looked, and when I seen that truck turn in front of us and we was still doing 20, I reached down and grabbed the emergency brakes as one of those center pulls. When I reached down, by the time I reached down, we hit. I hit the firewall so hard, I ripped the dash, the firewall. It was going out on my side, and the engine was coming back on the driver's side. But yes, the thing was just slow motion. I always the door with my left hand and bumped it with my right shoulder. You know, that's just habit. But when my left arm wouldn't move, I thought, oh, yeah. So I used my right arm and bumped it and got out, made sure everybody was okay, walked over to the phone, picked up the phone, and that's where everything from there happened. Yes, it was all slow-mo.
Doesn't matter how fast you're going. You're driving, pardon my French, you're driving, you just go, oh shit. And you know you're going to hit.
Yeah, first you say it, then you do it.
Yeah. And
Never did shit my britches, but I guarantee it was very, as I can see it so clearly right now what happened to me. That was, I can see it to this day.
With the word pit, where you call it animated.
It wasn't animated. It was just.
It doesn't look real. It looks like you're.
Yes, it does.
Outside yourself. You're outside yourself. It's very weird.
Yeah, I lived it.
It knocks your spirit out of you.
My grandmother said that God does that to you. That it's like a protection.
Yeah, I remember
I
when
don't know what it was, but
when they hit us from behind, she was doing 75 and we were sitting at the red light. I remember the sound of the headrest crunching and the seat popping. Boom, the headrest, my head flung back. I remember seeing the car and the ass end of the truck go up in the air. But after that, I don't remember anything. Vicky said she said I was like unconscious by the time my face hit the steering wheel. She said I went back and forth twice, and then I slumped over against the window, hit my head face into the window. She thought I was dead, though, as limber as I got. She thought it broke my neck. It messed it up, but it didn't break it. Every one of my vertebrae is all not curved. It's more of two straight lines that meet into like a V. Everything's. The doctor said he thinks it pulled all the muscles loose from the discs, but I ain't letting them cut on me. I'll just deal with it.
The only wreck I was in, I was hit from behind. Well, he started on the behind and then just took out the whole side, but I didn't know any of it until I didn't even know what happened. When I came to, I sat up and my car was rolling towards the river. So I threw it in park and the blinker was still on and everything, and my door wouldn't open. Newspapers were everywhere because I had just bought the Sunday paper. But big old Suburban hit my Monte Carlo. I was mad. He destroyed it.
You were upset about the car rather than yourself?
Yes.
I love cars, but not that much. I was married at the time. We had two major streets in Scarborough, that's part of Toronto. And we were going to a shopping thing, and going south, so you go through them, and you kind of go down a bit of a hill, about a 30-foot drop. And anyway, the wife goes in to do her thing, and I parked where I'm looking at the major street, if you know what I mean. About a 30-foot rise. And you had about 200 feet left to right that you could see of the street. And she comes out, I'm like any man, where have you been, you know what I mean? Let's go. She says, I forgot something inside. Oh, great. So I'm looking at the street, and this old couple comes up, and the first one.
Yeah, well, I got to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Have one for me.
Talk to y'all later.
Take care.
But anyway, she says, I forgot something. So an older couple was going to my left to right to me, and they stop at the light, their only car. And as this 60s car comes up from the right, as soon as I could see him, he hit the brakes, all four tires smoking. He hit them. They didn't get out of the way. The wife comes out. I says to her, thank you very much. She says, for what? I said, for forgetting. That could have been us. You know,
Yep. It's
I don't,
amazing sometimes how that works.
they went halfway through that car. Very little
Goodness.
left. But anyway, a lot of stories.
I know. But I'm going to have to shut this down for tonight.
Does that mean I have to go with Ken again?
I'm sorry.
Don't say that. Don't say it. Don't say
I
it.
won't tell Ken.
Shh.
Shh. Okay.
They're still playing. I think they're still playing.
Well, Black, thank you for coming up and letting us hear your voice. I appreciate it.
Well, I was watching. I thought she would schedule it, you know. So I was looking at schedules, and they put up shorts or something with YouTube. And anyway, I'm playing around. Now I'm going to lay down for a bit because you'll come on at 11 o'clock my time. Well, I missed it for an hour again. Anyway, another time.
Yes. Well, thank you for coming up. We enjoyed having you.
No,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think, Shane, you're the one that said you did cars or something, a mechanic, then you went to electronics, isn't it? Somebody did.
Yes, I've done both of it.
Well, 14, I was driving 10-ton trucks on my father's lot. Gas station. Long story short, she had big blocks. I know the cars inside and out. You know, we used to go to the cottage. And I never knew, how did we afford a cottage for 2 weeks? My dad shot craps. If he won, we went. Well, the game going up 2 hours. He'd say, okay, the car's coming. What is it? Model, make, year, Freightliners, white, you know, big rigs, you know. So that was the game. No video games for me or iPads or anything else.
Right.
But I know those cars, it's in my blood. I didn't drag race until I got divorced and converted the 89 Mustang I had to Pro 50. Anyway, as the wife said, don't talk about cars to him. He won't shut up. So,
I love old cars. Trust me.
So as it worked out, I got rid of the wife and kept the car. So,
Aw.
Well, I'm going to say this, and it's going to be rude, man. And I mean, no offense to nobody, no thing, no whatsoever. But as a man, now women's probably got their own saying, but as a man, if it's got tits or tires, it's going to give you issues. You're always going to have maintenance you have to do on either one. That's just a fact of life. And I'm not knocking women. I'm not knocking cars. I'm just saying that. And I'm sure women's got a saying somewhere out there that's the same way against men.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got issues and they've got to work on us too. Their biggest one is, I loved you for 20 years, and 20 years later, you're not the man I fell in love with. Well, you spent 20 years to change me. How in the hell can I be the same man you fell in love with?
Well, that's just wrong.
Yeah,
That's
but
not-
it's true.
she knew what she was getting since I was 7.
Yes.
She knew what cars were at. High performance cars. You know, there's no, rattling my old chain. There's not a car you can tell me about. High performance 63 Fairline 409 R model, only in the United States, and they go for 125,000 now.
Wow.
I know them. Real short chain. My dream car, 69 Nova, black on black, Yanko without the stripes, 427 LT. No, it's LT1 and LS M2 tri-pack. Muncie M22. 456 rear end, 66 Corvette side pipes on the side. I had a 69 like that. That's my car.
How about a
60s Roadrunner.
Beep beep. All the rich kids got them in high school. I didn't.
Mm.
how about a 64 And you're probably gonna it's gonna probably gonna blow your mind because I'd never seen one till 3 years ago.
I
A
wonder which year.
64 MG midget hardtop.
Yeah.
Y'all like those little cars.
No, this is something we come across during our scrapping days.
Oh,
And the guy said, I don't know what the hell it is. So we started looking it up, and it is a 64 hard. Most MG midgets, they're a German made car, and most of them were convertible. Most all of them were convertible. But 64, they come out with a hard top, 2-door hard top. And there was only like 30 or 40 of them made. I have one.
Urban.
Oh, well, we'll lose the women on the cars. There are very few professional drag racers that were women. Last one I saw was Shirley Cha-Cha Mazzani in the 70s. But that, I lived for that. Always have.
No, that's me. We always, like I said, I just sold a 1926 Dodge Brothers 4-door coupe. I just sold it. I got running and driving. It had suicide back doors. And I replaced the running boards with steel. I did it right. I didn't use no fiberglass. I had my CNC factory that does all my work. They do work for me on all kinds of shit. But anyway, I had them. They built everything for me all out of steel. And this thing, is sweet. It is sweet.
I've
I
never
sold
been on a
it.
race. Oops, sorry.
Do what? Do what,
I'm
Bonnie?
sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I've never been on a racetrack, but I've been in a lot of races.
What races? What?
Street racing is what I did. I didn't. I did it illegally.
Now they call it gangster racing, but back then it was just a bunch of high school kids running up and down the road hoping like hell the cops didn't show up before you got done with your race.
That's right.
Well, I wasn't in high school. It was later.
Well, high school and shortly out.
Okay. We'll go with that.
Up to your 25, 28, somewhere in there. And then, a lot
I
of
think
us.
my grandmother was 75 the last time she raced somebody. It was in the blood.
Bonnie, do you know Irvin now?
I have seen Irvin here.
Okay.
A
Well, they're
couple
saying
times
hi to you, and
and
apparently
see
they
that
know
you- Yes.
a little bit about me. So, I've never heard of them. So, that's cool. Irvin, hello.
I've met a lot of, for lack of a better term, Southern boys on here, which is all good. I love the accent. But this NASCAR stuff, call it roundy rounds here, They can't make up their mind where to get off the road. 200 miles an hour, it's just not fast enough, Drag racing is it's inexplicable.
Yeah.
When you was telling Bonnie real quick last night, it wasn't until I was divorced. I had the 89 Mustang 5-liter, change it to 4-speed, all that stuff. I thought that was enough when we went to Reading, Pennsylvania, with the bigger cars from the shop, and got back, and there's this guy had a butcher business. He did really well, younger than I was, and Paul, he was in a burnout box down there, and the rod started to go, everything started to go. We're trying to tell him, shut it off. So his engine's done. And they get back and he says to me, it was about 2 a.m. And he says, Roy's quitting. As I told Bonnie, he's got over 200,000 in the car. His wife thinks he's going to die. We've only had one brother die. Anyway, it dropped into my lap, $30,000, SBO 84 race block, was NOAC from California, reciprocating assembly cross-drove steel. Anyway, I got the first turbo in Canada, and it was a dream come true.
Cool.
It only lasted till I got broke into, and they, Shane would know that the NHRA was being lobbied by the millionaires for tubular front ends to be allowed. As soon as that ended, the little guys were gone. I was semi-sponsored transmissions and things, but it's a hoot. You ever done it? Now they're running the same brother that said to me, "Oh, turbo, flag." He's got a 99. He's got a Liberty 5-speed twin turbo, and last I heard it was 626, 252. They're into 5s now. It's a rush. Thank you for this, Bonnie. It's as we used to say, this is better than sex. That's what it was. It's really.
I want to tell you, anytime you can vent and talk about what you enjoy talking about, it is as good as sex. It really is. It really is. Yeah. When you get our age, it's like no one lets you talk. And when you can find a place you can go talk, the sex is a great thing. Don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful thing. But just getting able to vent, share your feelings, and someone be heard, and someone to hear you, always makes it a beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah, we had a guy in New York, something ice cream, Ward's ice cream. And I always thought with that money, it's drugs. No, he was vice president of his family's ice cream. Racing Jason Betfarda. He began the first, does that ring a bell? Racing Jason. And he had.
If I'm not mistaken, Racing Jason's from Ulysses, Kansas originally.
He could have been when he came up. But he had Mike Ragusa with the rag top. Anyway, we hung out with them. But we got a call at the shop one night, and he was, I think, in New York, either New Jersey, preparing for New York, for New Jersey. And he's running a 10-inch tire. That was part of the Pro 50 thing, M&H. He had a 90 red coupe, trunk, rather. And anyway, he got loose, put it on its roof, hit the guardrail, and even with that strength of roll bar, it went right through the, you know what it did to him.
Oh, goodness.
And that's when my daughter wouldn't go watch me. That's the only one that ever died in our Pro 50, but that was, he was 6 weeks out of getting married. And
Dang.
yeah, nobody said a word in the shop that night. Just
Yeah.
But yeah, that was freak. That's absolutely, it just doesn't happen.
Right. But you know that the chance is there.
Yeah, we had well, you guys would know who's the funny car? Just had a brain freeze. John Force. He came up for he's lost Castro sponsorship now, but he came up for a test run. I knew the track owner, So Austin Coyle, I could go up to 30 feet from the car, you know, with a fire suit, as you knew him. But he put in about 600 feet of guardrail. And John came up. He was out of shape, you know, due to burnout across there, but he pulled it back. Long story short, he lit it up and he melted the car, hit that guardrail, and the track owners just almost lost his breath. Am I ever glad I put that guardrail in? But he was all right. He melted the car. But yeah, I get to see some of the big ones, you know, come up. John Force is weird. I talked to one of his roadies that quit. No, I'm not going to tell that story. Oh, what the heck? I'll tell the story. It pulled me three trailers.
Hang on just a second. Urban, thank you. I appreciate you watching us on LWN and or watching me and Trainwreck. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Cindy, I see your text where you're leaving for the night, so hopefully to see you soon. Love you, girl. Have a good night. And then we got Slow Country just showed up again. So Slow, how are you? Nice to see you again. Anyway, go ahead. Bye.
It's just I could go on and on. Do you know what John Force is like? Like he has a property in California. His wife lives across the road in another house. It's very weird. But anyway, we're talking to his road. He brings in, you know, transport 3 trailers for him, connect them all, and big money. And so we're talking to him what it's about. And, you know, how do you deal with it? You know, he said, I quit. But John came back and gave me an offer I couldn't refuse for one more season. Gave him $200,000 over his normal pay just to put up with him for, you know, one more season. But maybe you guys down there don't know your own that well with drag racing. You know?
I haven't really paid much attention to it for a few years.
Well, his daughter's the only one, Brittany's the only one who could tolerate him, and she races, and she now runs rails for another team. She couldn't take her father any longer. Anyway, they're my stories. They're endless. But yeah, I feel for you, Jane. Shane, with that those accidents. Wow, everything's full.
No, thank you, brother. Yeah, I mean it's all good. It's all good.
Somehow you're on the brakes and you know you're going to hit. It's not going to stop.
Oh, yeah, we all. Hey, it's just another access onto the turnpike, is what they say. You just gotta keep moving forward and hope for the best.
For all you went through, you got to be commended. That was a long struggle. I couldn't imagine that.
Well, it's one of those deals that a lot of times there's a lot of bumps in the road, but the bumps are not what they seem to be. So, yeah.
To my credit, when I was younger, I was never drunk because my license meant everything to me. The car meant everything to me.
Oh, absolutely.
Where others drank, I never drank. So I think that love of high performance cars would probably save my ass more times than I could count.
Absolutely. No, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I can give all kinds of excuses, but I'm not going to, because I do what I do. I'm a grown-ass man. I'll make my decisions, and I'll suffer the consequences. Only God will judge me. No man will ever judge me that I care about.
Those are words to live by.
Absolutely. And that's just all there is to it. So, so I don't try to make excuses. I don't try to, yeah, I can make a lot of damn excuses. I'm good at them, but there's no sense in it. I do want to give a shout out, Irvin, again. We will be back on Thursday. Cindy, yes, we will be back on Thursday. Me and Mike is all good. There's never been an issue with me and Mike. There's a reason why I say that. It's because maybe some things were said that wasn't quite correct. But there is no issue with me and Mike. We are good. So,
Cards fall where
all love to everybody out there. We are coming back, and when we come back, there's no issues. We are going to be putting out what we always do. No problems.
cards will fall where they will, Shane. I lost all my friends. I lost all my friends 2 weeks before my child was born, first child. Real quick. His sister, the guy was younger, Chris. And it turned out, they said, come on. I was working 12-hour shifts. So he called me Saturday night after I got home. Come over, Cynthia and I, we'll watch Hockey Night in Canada, which was 10:30. So I'm beat. I'm done. I got to go in the next night at 7. I turn around. She's standing there, 9 months pregnant, looking like I got to get out of here. I got to see people. So I said, okay, we'll come over, which turned out a surprise baby shower. And it kind of went a couple of beers and a reefer, and she was angry. And anyway, I'm sitting on the chair. I felt like I couldn't move. Got to go to the washroom. I can't move. It's starting to freak me out. Ray's sitting beside me. Chris is beside him. Chris married his younger daughter later. He started playing mind games with me. You know what mind games are? And I just told him where to go the whole lot. Grabbed the wife and went home. Never saw them. I never had a friend since my early mid-20s, which was okay. I figured, just as you say, Shay, the cards laid where they were. They deserved it, But till now, this crazy internet. Ken, BH, where did they come from? I don't, but it's surreal.
It is.
The people you meet. And I actually, their pain, their sorrow bothers me, which never happened since I was 25. I could care less. Never met anybody worth it. But it's weird. But the cards will fall where they will, Shane. Yeah.
Yes, sir. They will. There's a funny thing about the house of cards is you pull one card. If it's the wrong card, the whole house comes tumbling down, and it will. And that's why I want to tell you, this is the best thing that's ever happened to us is we got beat up a little bit, and it's the best thing that's ever happened. So, we're going to take this time, and we've enjoyed it. We've been going for damn near a year, nonstop, 7 days a week. We got a little bit of a breather. We got a little bit of a break. And Thursday, you will see when we come back. And I hope you are part of it, Black. I hope you are. We'll come back strong. We're going to come back and do our thing. And it's just it is what it is. People got a lot of misconceptions. They've got a lot of mistruths. I'm not saying everybody was wrong. All of us has done wrong. But we got a lot of things that we're going to come back and do we're going to do what we do. And that's all we ever wanted to do was just be honest and try to put out the best we can, give our opinion on it, and we're going to keep moving forward.
You know, a real quick one so you understand. I had a lot of trouble with accepting. If you didn't see Bonnie's thing with, I created accounts. YouTube thing kept corrupting, and I ended up with this. And there's another channel, and somebody came up with 3 Scots, and it's George the second. Fine, you know what I mean? If you accept me, that's okay. But tech people are too straight, too serious. I went off for 4 months doing security. 4 months. Took me over a year to straighten me out, to be human again. Ever since then, I laugh at it. And there's another channel. You got to watch what you say. Some of my comments, yeah, he calls me his pet troll. And they struggle. I didn't want to do Zoom, and some struggled with male, female, and this guy concluded I was male. So I sent him an email. I said, Doug, how do you know I'm male? Was it the seams up my pantyhose that, they were crooked? I'm very secure with who I am, but you gotta play. You know what I'm trying to say? But
Yes.
I don't judge anybody. That's not my place. That is
No.
not my place. God's here for a reason. God will always be here for a reason. And here's the thing is people don't realize I try to stay silent, and I try to stay calm, and I never blow up because I try to reason things out in my mind, and I try to look at both sides of every story. I don't get upset.
can you tell me how you do that? Because
It's taken a lot of years, brother. It's taken a lot of years.
I was fine. I'd sit there quiet and just, that's my way. But lately, Bonnie knows about private Zooms. God, I lost it. This 1 or 2 of them. I must admit. EH says to me, just chill. Just,
It's
You know-
very tough. It's very tough, man. You got to here. The only way you can ever get to where I'm going to give you a personal experience. The only way you can ever get to where I'm at. It's not because I'm above anybody or better than anybody, because I am not. I'm a low life piece of,
Don't go there. Not
you
much.
know. So, but what I do is I just go, there's always 2 sides to every story. And if you don't hear both sides, why judge? Never jump out there with one side. Because if you hear one side and the other side don't respond, there's a reason why people don't respond. It's not because they're hiding. It's because it's useless. Because no matter what they say, they're going to be crucified either way. So why respond? Either way, they're going to be crucified.
Yeah, but
And I'm part of that being crucified. I am part of being crucified. And I'm not going to respond to people because I don't have to. I'm a grown ass man. This is the internet. I can shut my face and my mouth, turn my camera off, and no one ever has to hear me again. And then what?
Except me.
Yeah, Bonnie knows my personal number. So,
Yeah.
it's one of those deals. I really don't give 2 shits what people think about me. I do my best to put out the best I know, the best of who I am, Whether it's right or wrong, I just give my opinion. And if it's wrong, then by God, somebody come up and talk to me, and I will visit with them, and I will not get upset with them. Even if they're calling me a piece of shit, I will not get upset with them because explain. Don't yell and scream at me. Explain to why I'm a piece of shit. And if you can lay it out to where I am a piece of shit, then I'll say you are right. That is the only thing I will ever do. I've always been this way. And it's taken me 20 years to get to this point. I found out a long time ago after I went through my childhood. I say childhood, all the way up through my 30s of doing things to people that I probably should not have done to. I still have some come up to me that's on walkers and canes. That was my fault. I will not do that anymore.
But
And that's all I'm going to say.
you're right. I used to, so what? You walk away. When you're in a situation, you leave or I leave. You're not pushing me out. But one thing I found, Shane, real quick, when they offered me security, that was it. It was on directive of a president.
Excuse me.
So we couldn't sell spare parts. We couldn't. So I wanted a management news directive. Like they were moving people, logistics, purchasing, all over. I didn't know what they're supposed to get. So I got a management thing. It took 3 weeks to get it out. That basically, if somebody comes in, I'm going to cut them off because I don't know, they're doing part of the old job and new job. So that's how it was worded. And it went to my manager and it should have gone to the director and above the sign. Long story short. And I don't care if somebody tried to break into my house, my mom's house. The cop says to me, description. Of course, he's black. I'm sorry. I'm white, old, and stupid. So what? So he's white South African, the VP, vice president. He reads it. He gets the idea of we're hiring. From where? I have no clue. He phones the director. Of course, the director's like, what memo? Because the manager didn't take it to him. But I had my ass covered, PYA. My point is this, Shane. I met somebody I can do Shakespearean. I can. It's a fact. I can speak the language you want. But one thing I found more so recently, they don't hear you unless you use the language. A lot of people will not hear you, and it's a shame, but you got to use the strongest language. And you know what that vice president did? You couldn't tell. If you ever saw mainframes, the memory, 4 banks of it, huge machines. And I said to the guy that runs, the computer builds the planes. And I said, John, you haven't run an RT. It would run a week to build a plane. He says, I don't know. I said, how are they going to pay for this? Well, apparently this vice president, IBM put him on the yacht, Toronto Harbor, wined and dined. He signed it. It says IBM, cancel it. No problem. $8 million per year for the next 6 years. $48 million gone. But hey, but anyway, my point is this, Shane. This is what I find in here. They don't listen until you use the word. You know what I'm saying, brother? You know what I'm saying when you, for lack of a better word, if you're staring a guy in the face, they don't get it. They just don't listen. And then when you say it, they get all bent out of shape. The ISP I phoned up, I got some guy, he says, I got a mentor, I'm new in sales. I said, all I want is a quote, no contract. So I said, well, stay. I said, I'm not staying, email it. So I get it. The first thing is contract. And it's worded like disconnect. Like it's going to it's going to work. So I phoned the guy up and I says, this is the order number, whatever it is. I want to make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, but you stay on the phone. I said, no, you're not hearing me. I've been on the phone for half an hour. This is the number. Make it go away. Just like the job I got. Handle it. Make it go away. Yeah, but I got to do that. I said, I don't care what you have to do. Make it go away. Yeah, but I said, I'm going to have your job. I've already got one of you guys. I'm not going to say what I had to say to him and hung up. Just make it go away. Or I'll make you go away. They don't listen, Shane. Anyway, that was my point in one of these Zooms. How old are you? Blackwatch, how old are you? How do you know what you knew? How do you know what you know? And all this. And I was in one guy's chat and I thought, this guy and I, we're going to butt heads. And it happened for the second time the other night. He's not going to. It's just, I'm sorry to take it up on you, but this is the internet. This is, you're over at the age I am, and you're sitting, talking into a microphone, and using that language. Doesn't matter. Anyway, I'll let you go. It's you trying to get off before 3 hours, but it's.
Yes.
Shane, you're right. You should sit there and you just say, you're thinking in your head, piss off. You don't mean nothing to me. You're crap. You walk away with a chuckle. But there's times you cannot walk away.
You're exactly right.
I'm not leaving a channel for somebody else. There's no way. So he's not kicking me out. No way. There's no way I'm going to walk away from, just because of one or two people. But anyway, all you people in the South have enjoyed with your draw, the Southern accent. I love it. It's really good.
No, I enjoy the conversation. Actually, this is one of the best conversations I've had in a long time with an individual that I don't frequent with a lot. So, no, I have enjoyed the hell out of it. Thank you, Bonnie, for letting us do that. I appreciate that.
No problem.
But no, I enjoyed it.
Blackwatch, just stand your ground.
Always, always, always stand your ground. Like I said, I'm gonna do my thing, and people's gonna like me or not like me. I really don't give two shits. For every 100 that don't like me, there's gonna be 1,000 that love me. That's just all there is to it. That's what I've come to terms with. I used to down myself all the time until Bonnie pointed it out to me. Mike had 10 people every time I'd come on drop the station. But it'd be 1,000 people show up because of me. And I didn't realize that till I got sick and had we got a bot. Anyway, had some issues.
Got it.
Thank you, Bonnie. Oh, wait, this is your station. I don't know why I'm thanking you. Anyway, so I didn't realize until Bonnie pointed out to me that, and then my little sister pointed out to me when I went into the hospital. She said, Shane, you got to get better because there's people out there that like you. So I went back and watched that show. That night I went in, got metaplated out, and realized that these people are right. And I don't care about the subscribers. I don't care about the money. I don't need any of that. I don't. Trust me, I don't. But what I did want to do was get back to the people that love me, that want to hear from me. I want to hear what they want to talk about so I can talk to them, because this is about them, not me. One day I will go, and it probably won't be 10 years from now or whatever, but I want to talk to these people about what they want to hear, and I want to help everybody I can. So I don't, that's my main goal, is just to visit with people, give them the best information that I can, or let me rephrase that, the best opinion I can of how to relate their lives to what's going on. And that's all I can do. I just want to help people. I don't care about all the other bullshit. Yes. Do I promote silver? No. What I did is I said, here's what I buy. These are the people I trust. I present to Mike. Mike put it on. Andy, that's owned this company for 31 years, that he's one of the top 3 in the nation. That he is a very good friend of mine. I said, hey, let's, and he'll give you the best price that there is. But so I pushed that. But that was me. It wasn't Mike. It wasn't nobody else. But I push it because it's not to get rich overnight. It's just to preserve your wealth, because if the dollar goes to shit, you want something other than toilet paper to wipe your ass with. And you need something worth something to trade. So just another thing I was trying to say is I don't care about the materialistic bullshit in life. I really don't. I just want people to be happy, have what they need, and join together, because this, excuse my French, I'm going to say something bad here. No, I won't. This frickin' infighting is bullshit. If we're all aiming for the same goal, them other stations that ain't, they just want to tear everybody else down. Somebody might want to look at that and realize the Bible says it all. There's false prophets. And it ain't the people that's trying to get everybody together. It's the people that's trying to divide. And anybody trying to divide could be a problem. I'm not saying I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not saying any names. I'm just saying you make the call.
There's always going to be somebody.
That's it. That's it. So I just want everybody to be happy. I want everybody to get along. And I want to love everybody. When I say love everybody, I don't mean go hug up on them and bone them when they're asleep or whatever. No, I just mean love means a lot of things, and it ain't what the normal people think. Love is a feeling you have towards somebody that cares for you as much as they care for them. You know, it's a back and forth, and that's all I care.
My ex had said to me recently, real quick, I don't know you. I've never known you. And I said, yeah, why? You swear all the time, all the time. So I says to her, and I didn't. No, you never did. Well, hardly. There's justification. And she said, you never swore. The kids, me, never swore. And I said, this is the last time I talked to her. And I says, we broke up. And then you say, is there future? You cut me 3 times. Now you know what it's like when I defended you and the kids. You're on the outside now. What do you expect? Special treatment for treating me that way? Anyway, you talk about, I never knew you. I said to her, outside of my mother, woman, almost 30 years of my life spent with you. And if you don't know, I give up. But anyway.
No, that's it. If there's issues after 30 years and it's no question, maybe there is. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Maybe it just, life is funny, man. It's not always great. It's funny and it's fickle because of the bullshit we live in. The division we live in is tough.
But I feel like this whole thing that's been happening has made us realize material things do not mean anything.
No,
It's
they do not.
easier to deal with people and their issues. It's like with me, I've gained more of an understanding. Like what you're describing, Black Watch, I would think, okay, you might have had a really stressful time and you just needed to get it out. And maybe she should have listened a little more. I don't know. I don't know what the situation was, but
Well,
we all have that
go ahead.
exploding point, and sadly, the people we love the most are usually the ones that catch it. But so each side should understand that. And I feel like this has given me more of an understanding of humanity, period, and actions and thinking and feelings and everything. I, I don't know. I'm probably just talking nonsense, but
No, you're not. You know one gift you and some of the women here give? I could not talk to the wife. I absolutely couldn't. And she said, well, why didn't you say? How can I put this? You're showing a side, at least to me, of women that, you know, an insight, if you will, that was never there. And I'm sorry, Gigi, if I made you uncomfortable, because I know where you probably live. I live there. But no, sir, I shouldn't say this. It was incompetence. I'm known for privacy and everything else. And some of the comments I made, as I said, towards Shakespearean, whatever, somebody caught it and I let her in. And yeah, it hurt.
I hear that.
The internet. It was an experience I've never had in my life with somebody that far away. And it fell apart. It fell apart. I don't think it's her fault. I mean, it's logic tells me otherwise, but you can't. You have to deal with your physical being. There's nothing you can do about it. But I shouldn't say too much because it hurt. It hurt badly.
I'm going to tell you, the internet is probably the greatest thing that ever happened to mankind, but it's also the worst thing that ever happened to mankind. It brought us all together, but yet it divides us. And when we figure out how to make it work for the people, and I'm not going to say United States because that's bullshit. We're all mankind. When it happens that the internet works for mankind, all of humanity, that's the greatest thing that's ever happened. But we're still not there yet, and I'm hoping we have enough time to get there before something else happens. And the other thing that I'm talking about is coming a lot quicker than us all getting together. And we're the only ones that can stop this. That is my feeling. And that's where I'm going to leave that.
Yep, I agree. I really need to shut this down, Black Watch. We have enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Please come back up again.
I did it again.
It's okay. It really is.
I need my sleep when it comes when I can't take anymore. So.
I understand. You're welcome here.
Yeah, but tell me one last thing.
Okay.
Are the
One
seams
last thing.
are the seams in my stocking straight?
The seams in your stockings are just fine.
Okay, I feel better now.
And I see the girls playing with you in chat, and that is great. You're mingling with people and you're having fun. And that's what I wanted this to be. So thank you for doing that with the chat also. They enjoy you.
It's what I do, apparently.
Well, that's great. So you have a good night, sir.
Black Watch, thank you very much. I
Bye.
appreciate it, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. Thank you.
As did I, brother. As did I.
All right, man.
Okay, chat, I'm going to close it down. I appreciate all of y'all staying to listen. Y'all have a blessed evening. Love y'all.